that after she said all American soldiers have PTSD. I said, oh, that's again. And let me just lay you some groundwork. So I have now been banned 3 times over the past 60 days. One of them admittedly was deserved. I told a viewer to kill himself. I told him to put a shot for a YouTube video or a tweet. However, I have said this to some of my close personal friends in real life, and obviously my favorite people in the world, which is my beautiful children here in my chat. I love them very much. So a member of Twitch.tv official staff reached out to me, and you may or may not believe this, and there's going to be some things that I'm going to ask you guys to take my word for, and then there's going to be things that I'm going to show you proof of. The thing that I'm going to show you proof of is the most important thing. So the thing that this whole video is about will be proven beyond a shadow of a doubt. Okay?
So he's not getting banned?
And it's going to fucking make you realize how retarded these people are running the fucking Twitch. It is insane. So I would like to tell you guys that Twitch staff reached out to me. And get this, I got an apology. I did. I got an apology. I know. Yep. Big. Yeah, they said that we didn't understand the matter fully. And they asked me, is there anything we can do to make it up to you?
He didn't, by the way.
This is all true, by the way. This is all true. And trust me, you will see what will happen
TOS
very soon. And you'll know it when it happens. And I'm not going to say what it is.
And everyone clapped?
I'm not going to say what it is. That ruins the fun.
Wait, so okay, is his claim that he like has like insider information that like Hassan or like Frogan is getting banned? And he's like, haha, see, this is what I was talking about before when I said I didn't know what was going on there. Right? Which, even if that's true, why would they tell Tectone? You know, why would they reach out to Tectone and be like, oh, you know, we're banning Hassan, by the way, just don't tell anybody.
Rating with us? We'll see what we can do. I say, thanks. Can I get unbanned? They say, of course, just submit an appeal. So I submit an appeal. There's 3 teams. There's 3 teams, by the way. This is how the unbanned ban system works. There is the upfront Twitch moderators, and then there is the appeal reviewers, and then there is the people who actually do the bans and unbans. So I talk to the moderators.
How would he know this, by the way?
Unbanned. I go through the appeal system. I submit an appeal. It takes them 36 hours. Wait, no. 42 hours to review my appeal after submission. It's supposed to take 24 hours. My appeal was then approved, but I did not get unbanned because now it's fucking Saturday and I got my appeal approved at 11:30 Friday, and they're not gonna unban me till Monday because their bans and unbans don't work on the weekends.
Yeah, I don't believe this. I'm gonna be real. I don't believe that he knows the intricacies of how Twitch works in its trust and safety team. There's no way that he would know it. Right? Of course his audience is not going to ask these questions, right? Like, how do you know this? Who told you this information? How do you know this is how it works? Right? Number one. Number two, I think this is all.
Do you need 3 separate teams to do the job of one compartmentalized team? You do not need.
I just don't believe him. I do not believe that he's telling the truth. If that's the case, Hassan couldn't get banned on a Saturday. No, that's what he's saying. Yeah, we need smaller Twitch. Yeah, they tell you the intricacies, but they won't get someone to unban you on a Saturday if you were actually right. Yeah. So like, and also, this is what I think happened. I think he submitted an appeal. Right? I think his appeal was like approved or whatever in the portal. Maybe that could also be faked. I'm saying, but I think his appeal was approved in the portal, and he didn't get immediately unbanned. And so he's now like crafted this story to be like, this is what's happened with Twitch. Honestly, I hope even by Monday he doesn't get unbanned either. I think it'd be funny. I think it's a mix of the truth and lies. It's probably Twitch mods who are Asmon and Dictone fans. They probably fed his fantasy that he's being persecuted. Maybe. Otherwise, he would have just said he was in contact with Twitch earlier. Yeah. And him being like, oh, they told me some super secret. I stopped caring. He told me some super secret like Twitch news. You know, some super secret Twitch news about something that's going to happen very soon, and you're going to see it. Right? And I won't spoil the surprise. But also, like, he simultaneously has so much insider information that about how Twitch operates, but also has absolutely zero pull in getting himself unbanned from the platform. Right? And the only thing that he showed in that entire thing that we've watched for like 5 minutes was a link to a portal. And that's it. Right? He didn't show any communications he had with the Twitch mods. He didn't show what he said or the emails he sent back and forth. Even like redacted things. Like it doesn't like dox the person who said it. He didn't show any evidence that there are 3 different teams. Right? He's just completely, you know, editorializing with no evidence at all. It would be funny if he gets permanent for faking the appeal approval. I don't think he will because like it wouldn't make sense, but that would be funny. He always has proof and receipts but never shows you. Yeah. Lying is OP. Anyway, sorry, to celebrate, I hit 15K on subscribers on YouTube. I am also almost 100 away from 30K followers on Twitch. Almost 100 away. So chat, tell your friends. Tell your I wouldn't say your partners, but y'all don't have any partners. Y'all are perpetually single. Tell your Splinter Discords, right? Tell everybody you know. Tell your parents. Are we gonna get a 30-hour stream today? No, we didn't hit 30K. You speak for yourself? I'm not speaking for myself. Calling my grandma right now. Thank you. Take her Amazon account and attach it with the Twitch account, and which I found out my brother did to my mother a few years ago. Right when I didn't have my own Amazon account, I was like, Mom, can I see your Amazon account? Can you log into this for me? Logged in, and my brother's Twitch account was already attached to my mom's Amazon Prime account. I was like, that's crazy. And he doesn't even use it to subscribe to me. Who could he possibly be watching to give him the Amazon Prime, Twitch Prime? Hassan? I don't think he's watching Hassan, if I'm being real. Tato Enjoyer, Mod's ban that guy. Mod's ban that guy. Ow. Honestly, he probably watches like RDC. Right? I'm Dante Berlizzi. He's also like freaking like Grandmaster in Marvel Rivals or Celestia, whichever one is like the second highest. I'm like, where do you have time? Don't you have a job? Don't you have a freaking job? Where do you have time to be playing that much? Anyway, yeah. Let's playing Rivals on company time.
It's not looking too good.
Oh wait, okay. He said my channel might get deleted. I have to see this as well.
Nick, what's better than sex? Waking up at 6 in the morning to over 40 copyright claims on your YouTube channel. I don't know about you, but that gets me wet as fuck. Oh shit, I said the fuck word within the first 30 seconds of my video. Now I'm not gonna get monetized, god damn it. Oh, so you don't believe me? You don't believe that this just happened to me? Well, I'll put it
No,
over
I believe it. No, I completely believe it.
here.
Whatever happened to the Okay, to be fair, like these three of the 4 ones that he is showing is not a copyright strike. Wait, none of these are copyright strikes. He's just lying. Your videos just can't be monetized. You can't make money on them, but you're he said claims? Did he say claims?
First 30 seconds. I don't know about you, but that gets me warning to over a lot of people copyright claims on your YouTube channel.
Okay, you're right. He did say claims. But those also aren't copyright claims either. I guess one of them is. Like revenue sharing is not necessarily like a, I guess it could be. Yeah, okay, that's fair. That's fair. I'll give it to him.
You don't believe that this just happened to me? Well, I'll put it over here. Look at this, bro. Over 40 copyright claims. And you're probably thinking to yourself or saying to yourself, oh, it's because you watch anime. You're a reaction channel. You don't own the rights to this content. Well, that's where you're wrong. Because this isn't about what I watch. It's about the music that I put in my outro. Music that I actually took from YouTube that says that I have the rights to use this music. You may use our tracks in your videos, podcasts, and streams. We ask you give credit to the musician and link back to our
Okay, this is okay. This isn't YouTube though, right? So he's not getting mad at YouTube. He's getting mad at Game Chomps.
Have the rights to use this music. You may use our YouTube that says music that I put in my outro. Music that I actually took from YouTube that says that I have the rights to use this music. You may use our tracks in your videos, podcasts, and streams. We ask you give credit to the musician and link back to our upload. Oh, wait, what do you know? I do that in every video. Outro music produced by Funk Fiction, Sonic and Chill. So what happened? Why am I getting all these copyright claims? Why am I waking up to over 40 copyright claims? And matter of fact, bro, as I'm doing this video, I just got another one. This one's for my video game music reaction. It never ends. First, Twitch is putting their dick in my ass, and now YouTube is forcing their cock in my ass.
How is this YouTube's fault? Like I'm with him. Like, yeah, it sucks that that's happening, but like it's not like YouTube's fault. YouTube is not the people who are giving you the claims. They are the middleman. It's whoever put that the track out and put that in the description. And if you believe that you've owned the rights to them, you can appeal, right? You can counter it by being like, no, I do own the rights to this content actually. Right? Yeah, talk to Game Chomps. This isn't YouTube's fault.
My hole is sore, guys. I can't take anymore. So I dove deeper into this issue, right? It says I'm getting copyright claimed by Disco Comet, Cosmic Collective, content owners, Merlin 2 Lost. You know what I decided to do? I decided to type in Merlin 2 Lost on the search bar on YouTube, right? And what do you know? 3 years ago, beware false copyright claims from Merlin, Audio Salad, and other companies. Fake copyright claims.
I mean, yeah, he's not incorrect, but like, again, it's not YouTube's fault. Wait, he ends by playing the song in full, not giving credit? All right. Sure. That'll solve your problem.
Hi there. I'm going to try some.
Um, we'll talk about the Marvel Black Panther thing in a second. We will talk about. Okay, let's start with this. I know we took a little bit of a look at slop, and I realized that I just didn't care enough because today's supposed to be a fun day. And I want to get to the gaming. This kind of relates to what we were talking about before about black hairstyles, right? In Japan. And so I tried to send me this. I'm curious about what this is about. They canceled the Marvel Black Panther game. Yeah.
亀やってきました。
何時間かかりました
4時間。
3人黒人誰ですか
黒人黒人なんかあります ?3 人黒人。
お姉さん
50セント。あ
Okay.
と黒人。黒人むずいな。ヒントは
難しい
難しい。あー、トラビス。
じゃあ最後ラッパーじゃない人
ラッパーじゃないでしょ嬉しいな。
Bro was genuinely offended. He was genuinely offended when he was like, not a rapper. What are you talking about? They're all rappers. He was genuinely offended.
じゃあ最後ラッパーじゃない人
ラッパーじゃないでしょ
That's crazy. That's crazy.
じゃあ最後ラッパーじゃない人
ラッパーじゃないでしょ
難しいラッパーじゃない人だ
むずい。あれだ。モーガン・フリーマン。亀やってきました。
何時間かかりました
I mean, he did it. You know what I mean? Should give him 5. But to be honest, 3 was hard enough, you know? But this is kind of perfectly demonstrating and encapsulating what I was talking about, what we were talking about a few days ago, right? I also did not expect Morgan Freeman. But like black hairstyles being taken, exported without black culture and black people even getting credit for it, right? So you have people who don't even know or engage with black people in general, right? Barely engages with black entertainment, right? In the most visible aspects of black culture, walking around with a black hairstyle, right? He could barely name 3 black artists, but he had no problems being like, oh, this is what the black artists are wearing on the TV screen. I'm gonna go get that put in my head. While black people currently, today, in America, are being discriminated on based upon their hair. Right? This is less of less of an issue, I would say, because it's just not in America. So like black people don't have to live around other people with their hairstyles while they're being discriminated, but it still exists. It's still a part of the general concept of white supremacy, which is removing black people from black culture. That is what white supremacy dictates, right? It necessitates the removal of black people from its culture to assimilate and homogenize it while keeping black people as the outgroup. So yeah, that's my take. It was a funny video when he said freaking Morgan Freeman. Did you already see this? What is this? What does Think Peace say?
You're not gonna believe what I'm about to say, but just listen to every single word and syllable that comes out of my mouth, okay? I just went on Twitter and I heard Japanese Afro beats in an anime opening. Let me say it again. I just heard Japanese Afro beats in an anime
Wait,
opening.
is this the the vampire show, right?
One more time. I just heard
You
Japanese
think they see more black influencers culture than actual black entertainment? No.
Afro beats in an anime opening. You know, I need all my anthropology majors, get on this shit right now. Get on this shit right now. Write that damn paper. You write that damn paper. I need y'all to write on how cultures were appropriated and combined to get to this point in time. In 2025, I just heard Japanese Afro beats in an anime opening. I need that academic paper,
Listen to some
that
of the Carter
anthropology
No. I didn't even know it came out.
paper about this. I need that shit in JSTOR by the end of the month. For real. Like, hurry up. Get to fucking typing. Get to researching. For real.
Let's see. I don't know what I was expecting when I press play. But it wasn't that. It was not that. I should have expected that, honestly. That is Japanese Afrobeat in an anime.
お前の計画通り溶けていく明日をどうでもいいやこの通りもう止まんねや呆れた顔ってくんない追いつけたと思えばミラージュあの日のままって触れたい特に脱ぎ捨ててた品格あっという間に起こる間違いへ夜は短く
That's crazy.
お前の計
When I get actual Afrobeat artists to make these songs, man, I know plenty of black people that would love to make anime openings because they're in Japan, chatter. You think the Japanese anime industry is going to like look to be on the cutting edge and the forefront of progress? No, the answer is no. The answer is probably not. This band is like the cultural appropriation, the band. Yeah. The Dun 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 opening was a banger though, to be fair. And again, like this isn't necessarily an issue in a vacuum, right? Again, the problem is that under global white supremacy, black culture is still seen as inferior, right? And still demonized in general. Like Afrobeat doesn't have like direct ties to like you know, a continental American like black people. Right? This is like a widespread phenomenon across like the entire world about how what black people being taken while those same black people are being oppressed and demonized for engaging within their own culture. You know what I mean? That's when it becomes an issue and a problem. The anime industry is a capitalist hellscape that eats people's creativity and shits out of the product that makes it marketable. They don't care about dignity for anyone. Speaking of whatever we were just talking about, what is going on with this White Panther stuff? What is happening? Peanut 2 and Elephant Please, best song of the album. I'm not playing any of the card 6 or whatever. Chatters.
Okay, I had to sit down and talk about this because, boy.
You can't see me, you Stevie, wondering how I reach more evolutions than Evie and make it look easy.
What's up, Earth's mightiest subscribers? It's your boy Ernie the Blur Without Fear. Welcome back.
Can I also say I hate the term blurred? Can I say that? Y'all understand what I'm saying when I say that I don't like the term. I hate the way it sounds.
The most
Peanuts
recent
to an Elephant is one of the worst songs I've ever heard in my life. Okay, this is the way to get me to listen to the song. Right? This is the way to get me to listen to the song. Not this, right? That's how you pull me in. Well, it's very horrible. Don't listen to it. Now I have to listen to it. It was produced by, okay, now stop. We're gonna get back to this in a second. What is it called? It's called Peanuts to an Elephant. There's a visualizer.
What up, though? All my niggas cutthroat. Cut a nigga head off, you looking like you fumble. Smoke 'em like double dutch, all you niggas jump rope. Syrup in the double cup, fruit punch like knuckles. All my niggas up, though. Bands on bands in my pants, that's a drum roll. Elephant memory, but I can't remember her, though. All my bitches buck roll. Monkey on the back like Michael Jackson and bubbles. Tunchi on the track, and I'ma have to go Dumbo. They gon' go uh-oh. Elephant in the room, but I can't sit out the jungle. Got some fucking jumbo. Big face hundos. My bitch got an elephant booty, not a rump roast. It's that gas mask face, ashtray, gun smoke. Niggas with the mad face, smash face, snub nose. I ain't snuffing up against, but you could get snuffed though, the gun go. Talking that shit is irrelevant. You niggas just peanuts to an elephant. I'm the wrong elephant to fuck with.
Lin-Manuel Miranda produced this? Yes. Why? Like, okay. Wayne's flow is pretty standard here. Right? It's pretty standard here, but like, what is going on in this beat?
Pop the trunk quick, yeah, pop the trunk, alread elephant bitch, dying no trunk, but I still act a donkey like, what's up, run up on this elephant and I'ma pop the trunk, ooh, ooh. Tell her out, it's up to, run this.
What is this Halloween ass beat, bro? I'm sorry. I just this first minute, I'm just like, okay. And then it just starts playing this like spooky, scary skeleton ass beat afterwards, like dun 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 dun. I'm just like, all right. Chauncey heard the elephant and immediately skipped the song.
Pop the trunk, alread elephant bitch, dying no trunk, but I still act a donkey like, what's up, run up on this elephant and I'ma pop the trunk, ooh, ooh. Tell her out, it's up to, run this fucking mile and knock him out, it's running shoe, eat a woman out and kick her out, my.
And the problem is this isn't Wayne's best, right? The problem is this isn't Wayne's best. And so it's just like mediocre Wayne rapping and a like horrendous beat combined into like just a substandard product. It's definitely not the worst that I've heard, right? But like, it's not good.
She got junk in the trunk, that's my junk food.
With weird elephant screaming. That's the least weird part of the song. You know what I mean? It says it's a peanuts to an elephant. The elephant motif has come back to back. He brought up Dumbo. You know what I mean? Like, he brought up a trunk. Like, bro it's the most consistent thematical part of the song. Right? Oh yeah, Snuffle, I don't even know how to pronounce it. He did say that though. What's peanuts to an elephant even mean? It's a idiom. right? It means you're meaningless. Peanuts are small, elephants are big. Or maybe it means elephants eat peanuts and they're gonna eat you, right? Because you're so insignificant. It means like it means you're insignificant in the grand scheme of things, right? Like what's a peanut to an elephant? It's the same thing as like saying what's a you know, like lions don't concern themselves with the opinions of sheep, kind of thing. Where it's like I don't, yeah. Sheep to a goat, prince to a king. That's something else. Prince to a king, yeah. That sort of stuff. It's an idiom. And he's playing on the idiom for the entire song.
Shit, I walk like a veteran. Walk for my brethren, they soar like a pelican, they soar. I seen aliens, I'm sure. May need evidence like cough. I need medicine, go hard like a Mexican, they soft. Like some gelatin, they delicate. Peanuts to an elephant, make peanut butter jelly then. Stalking like a predator, piranha on a jellyfish. On your belly, bitch. Face down, ass up, I need leverage. Numbers don't lie, lessons by the measurements. You used to be a skeleton, now she an elephant. Talking all that shit, it's irrelevant. You niggas just peanuts to an elephant. And I'm the wrong elephant to fuck with. You know I'm the type to pop the trunk with. Pop the trunk, all red elephant, bitch, dying, no trunk. But I still act a donkey like, what's up, run up.
Oh, the Donald Trump bar is a reference to the GOP, where their mascot is an elephant.
No trunk, but I still pop the trunk, all red elephant, bitch, dying, no trunk, but I
all red elephant. It's like the GOP. Levels of shit.
What's up? Run up on his elephant. Pop the trunk, pop the trunk. Run up on his elephant.
I can't. Dun, 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 dun. I can't take that seriously. I can't take that. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. You know what this is? This is just a worse version of this. And I'll play this in a second. Here, I'm gonna finish the song off. Does it not give like Halloween, like spooky, scary skeleton?
I'm a red elephant like no Trump, but I still act a donkey, bitch. What's up, bitch? What's up, bitch? It's up, yeah. Bitch, it's up. Tell her op, it's up. Get the op, hit it up. Get the op, lit up. Get the op, shit up. You a op, shut up.
Okay. Also, I think the elephant song, like the elephant sound, like once, maybe twice in the song, I'm like, okay, I get it. Elephants, peanuts with elephants, it makes sense. It just happens too much. It happens too much. It is an integral part of the beat. What are we doing here? What are we doing here?
What up, though? All my niggas cutthroat. Cut your fucking head off. He looking like he fumbled.
Thanks, Lin-Manuel Miranda. Much appreciated. Sharks? Why does every song on this album have to do with freaking animals? Anyway, this reminds me of this song a little bit. Chat.
When I see that nigga, hey, I ain't even gonna say that to that nigga. I ain't saying shit. I'm just swing.
Whoa, get it. Square up. Nigga, throw that chair up. In New York, I merely rock. Hit the club, tear it up. I got Henny in my cup. Bitches, put your hair up. You was talking all that shit when I
not elephant noises? I don't think so.
And all that shit. I know that he a bitch. Going up to his house and busting in his crib. I'ma hit him in the break his fucking jaw. God damn, I love to break the law. We just fight, no more shoot out. Hell no, knocking you out. Hey, it's Henny, it get hard for me to see. Fuck nobody and like me, let me
Okay,
think.
we got the we got the idea. What is this? Yeah. Also, yeah, a little bit of this as well. This is what I was talking about when I say spooky, scary skeletons.
Spooky, scary skeletons speak with such a screech. You'll shake and shudder in surprise when you hear these zombies shriek. We're so sorry.
It's just both of these songs, right? It's actually slower than I thought it was.
Skeletons, you're so misunderstood.
This clip terrorized Twitter around Halloween.
It's up to run this fucking mile and knock 'em out.
It sounds exactly the same, basically.
Out is running shoe. Eat a woman how to get her out my lunchroom. Ooh, she got junk in the trunk, that's my junk food. Walk like an elephant, talk like a president, shot like my etiquette, a sword on my shitty shit. I walk like a veteran, walk for my brethren, they soar like a pelican, they soar. I sing
Investor gadget music. Yet the living tombstones. That's what I was thinking of. I think you liked one of my tweets one time.
Spooky, scary skeletons and shivers down your spine. Shrieking skulls will shock your soul, seal your doom tonight. Spooky, scary skeletons speak with such
I'm out of brain
a screech.
sand faster.
You'll shake and shudder in surprise when you hear these zombies shriek. We're so
His audience is 10-year-old. Sounds like tombstones make sense. Yeah. But also somebody said Jelly Roll was worse. It's actually 1-to-1. I told you. Wait, this song? Oh, Big Sean's on this? This is just Sharks. It has Jelly Roll on it. It's about gender. Big Sean verse is okay, which makes it worse. I mean, isn't every Big Sean verse okay? One time I was crying to a song about my cat almost dying, and it said "Spooky Scary Sounds" started playing. I laughed so hard while still crying. I'm sorry.
Snakes ain't always in the grass. Sharks ain't always in the water. Thieves ain't always in the night. God ain't always at the altar. I learned to live with one eye open. Taste getting bit a couple times to know that snakes ain't always in the grass. Sharks ain't always in the water.
Okay, here's what I'll say. I was expecting a lot worse. Right? Separate from Lil Wayne, I'd be like, okay, that's, you know, it's cliche, right? It sounds like what you would hear if you type in onto YouTube, right? Like rap beat with hook. That's what it sounds like, right? You type in rap beat with hook on into YouTube and it sounds like that. Just your most bog standard, regular, you know, cliche lyric rap beat with hook.
That's the last day that I'm happy, but I know that's the last day I am. Maybe I'm crying out for help. I could say I'm not bitter, but look.
You know what I mean? It's like cringe, like formulaic, essentially slop that is just kind of like churned out because, you know, producers want to get people to like listen to their songs and rappers don't want to worry about making a hook for the songs. It's just, it's literally just churned out formulaic music. That's what I get from this hook, right? Like snakes ain't always in the grass. Sharks ain't always in the water. Like it's formulaic.
Comes before bitter. Saints versus the sinners. I just roll with the winners. I just roll up my sleeves, roll up my weed, roll up the windows. Everybody got hidden agendas. They got kids not getting agenda. If niggas not chicken, they tender like Chick-fil-A.
Wait, okay. He said they have kids not getting a gender.
Windows, everybody got hidden agendas. They got kids not getting agenda. If niggas not chicken, they tender like Chick-fil-A on a Christian day. Watch Weezy walk on water, turn a shark on the water to fish fillet. Don't forget to pray, don't forget your base. Play pickleball with my dick today. Pockets heavy, I got.
And then he said something tender, like Chick-fil-A on the Christian day. Don't forget to pray. And then he says, I play pickleball with my dick today. That is his immediate following line. That is his immediate his but don't say bars. Don't say bars.
They tender like Chick-fil-A on a Christian day. Watch Weezy walk on water, turn a shark on the water to fish fillet. Don't forget to pray, don't forget your base. Play pickleball with my dick today. Pockets heavy, I got bricks to lay. Tell them eat your heart out and lick the plate. Can't trust nobody. Where was everybody at when I was just nobody? Just a menace to society. Pockets itching like psoriasis. Thieves in the night move cool like the breeze in the night. For the pipe speed at the lightning scream for the Christ Lord. God ain't always at the altar, nigga. Cross your heart before departure, nigga. These bullets gon' catapult you, nigga. Put you in the ground, agriculture, nigga. Always stone like a sculpture, nigga. I'm never sober, I'm stepping over every cobra. I ain't gon' hold ya, I jelly roll you. Snakes ain't always in the ground. Sharks ain't always in the water.
Okay, and I will say, people were like, oh, this is the worst album to ever exist, or whatever. That's how people are acting. It's not, but like, it's just an example of like, it's like Donda 2 for Kanye, you know? It's like, what has happened to you? What has happened to you? You used to actually produce, you know, good music. And now it's like how people were like, oh, lefties are always trying to make everything political. They're always trying to show politics and everything, but like the right wing does it all the time. It's literally just like right wing slop, right? In the most formulaic package with nothing really unique. Nothing really unique and redeeming about it. Right? it's a good choice they picked Kendrick for Super Bowl and not him. I mean, like Wayne has been falling off for a while now, and it's been unfortunate to see. Right? He produced like some decent music in the past, some good music.
Ain't always in the night. God ain't always at the altar.
Example. I mean, his music was back with when he had music with like 2 Chainz, right? Whatever that album was. Carter 5 was some nice stuff. I think last time I listened was Carter 5. He had a song with Big Sean on Carter 5 too, right? It was like that's not 5. Where's Carter 5 at? He was Carter 4. I don't remember. Right. You may have been confused. That's a different song, chat. This is the song we're listening to.
Taste getting bit a couple times to know that snakes ain't always in the grass. Sharks ain't always in the water.
Guess I gotta move the needle since you didn't do it. Glock under pillow on some institution. Fuck an institution. I know what I'm doing. 10 steps ahead, Shakari, how I'm moving. Jesus had Judas, Caesar had Brutus. Always someone plotting, gotta beat him to it. Key to do this shit is first you gotta do it, then do it again and find another way to do it. Suck a dick or die and eat shit.
Yeah, Big Sean's verse is definitely better, but it's still like, it feels uninspired, you know? It feels like even Big Sean is phoning it in. Right? It's at least like, not like MAGA rap like Lil Wayne was doing, but it still feels uninspired.
Going C4, I mean C6. Got a crash spot on some P shit. Got a stash spot where the seat lift. Get my hands dirty, keep a clean fit. Turn my ups and downs into ski. Trips rockin' nice woods on some D shit. Look, I'm everything you couldn't be, bitch. Jesus, peace, stone, crucifixion. Going Bobby Brown, I'm a new addiction. And I'm getting off like the proof is missing. And my worst traitors, and I'm too forgiving. Cause I always listen when I shouldn't have listened. Even though y'all never made the city proud. You ain't never had your family down, feeling stuck. And you the one that had to stick it out. But like their bank accounts, it's all figured out. Miss my niggas so much, almost digged them out. All my exes miss me cause they missing out. I'm finna pop my shit until I fizzle out.
Like, I legitimately just, Big Sean, take this verse and put it on a different song. I would listen to this verse on a different song that actually, you know, cared about it a little bit, right? That actually, like, you know, had a little bit behind it instead of just down, 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 down.
Enemies is old friends, seen jealousy, envy from both ends. When I open up, it came with open hands. So you wonder why the fuck I'm closed in.
Snakes ain't always in the ground. Sharks ain't always in the water. Thieves ain't always in the night. God ain't always at the altar. I learned to live with one eye open. Taste getting bitter.
It's just so boring. Like I think that the first one we listened to, which was like Peanuts to an Elephant, was definitely worse. This is just so boring. It feels uninspired. Where else would sharks be? It's a metaphor. This is a different song. This is just, why did you send me a Jordan Lucas song? It's a new bar song, Tipsy. Hey, don't do bar song Tipsy like that, all right? That song at least had a little bit of passion behind it, right? This one is just, snakes ain't always in the grass. Sharks ain't always in the water. All right, go ahead, Wayne. You take it over for now. That's all I get from this song. Song of the Summer. You memorized the lyrics already? Shut up. It's right there. You wanna leave with one eye open. Also, Rev Nada, thank you for the 5-month subscription, by the way. The grandpas are slipping. They are slipping, and it's sad to see. It is sad to see the grandpas be slipping. I do want to look at Marvel made a white Black Panther and what that's about.
Okay, I had to sit down and talk about this because, boy.
You can't see me, you Stevie. Wondering how I reach more evolutions than Evie and make it look easy.
What's up, Earth's mightiest subscribers? It's your boy Ernie the Blur Without Fear. Welcome back to the channel. The most recent offering from Black Panther has dropped. This is a title that people have been really excited about because it's the return of the Marvel Knights universe. Marvel Knights, The World to Come, has just dropped this week, and it has got people feeling all kinds of different ways. Some of you may have heard
Did they make
that
a
this
Black Iron Woman? No, that's Ironheart. That is, first of all, right? Race is not integral to like Iron Man's character specifically, and they did that before Ironheart existed in the first place, right? It's a entirely separate character, right, with an entirely separate origin story, right? If they're giving a white man the title of Black Panther, that's kind of crazy.
is T'Challa's baby. This is, some of you may have heard that this is T'Challa's baby. This is T'Challa's baby. The new Black Panther, T'Challa's son, Quotey Fingers' son, Katama, is the new Black Panther. That's right. Not only has he colonized the title of Black Panther, but he has also colonized an African name. But yes, this yo Black Panther now. Sort of. The one who has inherited the power of the Black Panther is a white man. T'Challa got a white baby. I'm not gonna lie, I enjoyed it all the way up to that last page. That last page was nasty work. I mean, don't get me wrong, I get it. I get why it was done, because it's Christopher Priest. Like, let's just keep it a buck. Let's just keep it a buck. It's Christopher Priest. He's always gonna do some wild shit. And honestly, I have questioned Christopher Priest for a long time. I've questioned this man for a long time. I have a lot of questions about this man. In light of some things he has written as of late. However, T'Challa's son is white. We now have Ryan Gosling.
Honestly, I kind of like mine better a little bit. We did the same thing. I like mine a little. I think in the cast is it's official. No, it's not official. He's not in the cast as Black Panther.
Gosling is now the new Black Panther, or did they take Sebastian Stan? Did they actually take Sebastian Stan as the White Wolf and just say, hey, no, we're gonna make that man the White Panther. He's White Panther now. Let's go. No, that's not really what's going on here. And I'm gonna talk a little bit more about why I don't have quite as harsh an opinion about it, but I kind of want to set all this up, so just kind of rock with me for a little bit. So let's take a look at what's really going on here. What is Christopher Priest giving us? This is a continuation of the Marvel Knights universe, an imprint that was large and in charge, kind of in and around the time of the early aughts. It actually delivered a ton of really cool comics. Punisher, Welcome Back Frank, which is a comic that I think still holds up to this very day, and also gave us some really interesting, kind of stories on the periphery of the Marvel Comics universe, where Marvel could get a little bit darker, more violence and blood, and just more crazy situations. And this was an imprint that largely kind of faded off into obscurity.
There was this is I haven't read Marvel Knights. There is a period of time in comic books from like mid 2000s to like, I'd say mid 2010s or 2010s, where like, I am just not a huge fan of the art. I think in contemporary comic book routes, or comic books that are written now, it kind of found its stride, and the art is very good nowadays. But there was a period of time where like you have like legacy art and retro art that I'm like, I like this because of like what it does, right? And now art now I'm just like, okay, I just like the way this art looks, right? What do you mean by that? Exactly what I said. I feel like, I mean, this is a real popular style. It's kind of ugly. Like, you know that one picture of like Captain America where his chest was like all out like this, boom, right? Like art like that. And I feel like that came from like, yeah, Frank Miller. I feel like that came from like this period of comic books. Rob Linsfeld talking about a 90s era image. Okay, well, include the 90s too, right? Go back to like the 80s is what I enjoy back in the day. The 70s, the old style stuff, like your Stan Lee first started drawing Spider-Man type beat, right? Yeah. That's what I was talking about. I know people always clown on Frank Miller for just not being able to draw, which, hey, put some respect on my mans. The 2005 was the dark age of comics art. Yeah. You have more Musk torso. You may not like it. That's what peak male looks like. You're talking about like the late 90s, early 2000s edgy drawings that were kind of like that. Yeah, I wasn't like, obviously this person can draw, right? Like, he has like, you know, you can put pen to paper. But like just the style that a lot of these comics, not all of them obviously, but the style that a lot of these comic books were in were just not my favorite. And I realized this when I was reading Absolute Green Lantern. Shout out Absolute Green Lantern. And I'm just like, I really enjoy what this comic style is doing. Right? I really enjoy it. I didn't feel that looking at like this era comic book art. Sorry, this is a separate conversation. 2005, there was a huge anime influence that has since stayed since then. Absolute DC is so good. It is good. I enjoy it. I think I have it somewhere. Snakes ain't always in the grass. Sharks ain't always in the water. I don't know where I put it. When I open.
Crazy situations.
Angry Absolute Superman, I'm behind. I am also behind. And the dude at the comic book store I was at when I was buying Absolute Green Lantern spoiled it for me. Right? He's like, oh, this is a good one. I was like, oh yeah, I've heard. He's like, have you read Absolute Superman? Brainiac came back. Thanks, dude. Yeah, no, I'm only on issue 4. Thanks for telling me that Brainiac's come back. He's like, yeah, Brainiac's so gnarly and grotesque. Thanks. I just told you I've not kept up with it. Now I'm spoiled. Yeah, he spoiled it for me. I spoiled it for you. Brainiac comes back in Absolute Superman, like issue number 7 or something.
And this was an imprint that largely kind of faded off into obscurity because honestly, why do you need Marvel Knights when you got Marvel Max? But one thing that came out of the Marvel Knights universe, I think a lot of people tend to forget about, was Black Panther, when Christopher Priest, who, mind you, is the first black writer who had ever worked regularly at Marvel. I would actually want to go as far as say the first black writer who regularly worked on a series was Christopher Priest. Technically, Dwayne McDuffie was there too, but Christopher Priest was the first one of prominence, and most people don't really remember that.
Is Black Panther new? Definitely not. Black Panther's been around for decades. He said it for an older black bro. I will say, I said I liked, like, you know, 80s, early 90s comic books. The black characters don't even get me started. Right? Don't even get me started on Cloak, on Luke Cage, on T'Challa. Bro, the way that these characters are just how they're drawn. Right? Just how they're drawn. Completely unacceptable. Since the 70s, could have sworn he was in the 70s clothes. Maybe it was Luke Cage. Yeah. Just go back and look. I was reading Brother Voodoo comics recently. I Even Storm sometimes, yes. Like, bro, it's bad. You like the tiara on Cage? No, I'm not a fan of the tiara, but like even getting past the tiara, just like sometimes it's their role in the story, sometimes it's their face, how they draw like black noses, like it's bad. It's like how they drew black characters in like anime. You know, we've now arrived at a point where like, okay, black people can now be depicted normally. But like Marvel just wasn't good at it. The horrifically racist drawing of Mace Windu in a Star Wars comic from the 2020s? Really? Yeah. This is Cloak and Dagger 1983. This is how they draw Tammy. This is how they draw Tyrone. They're supposed to be the same age. Also, his name is Tyrone. It's even okay. Even I was reading what was I reading? Ultimate Spider-Man, right? Which is a contemporary comic book from like 2015. And even the way that they drew Cloak in that comic book made me like, I was just like, ugh. I just didn't like it. Oh, yeah. This is how they drew Mace Windu in a 2020s Star Wars comic book. Like, I will also say I've been going back and I've been watching a lot of Star Wars media. Like, I watched The New Hope recently. I talked about this a few days ago. I watched The New Hope and Empire Strikes Back recently. And again, the whole subplot about Leia and Luke, Leia, like, kissing Luke to, like, spite Han while they were siblings. Gross already. It's weird. I didn't know why that. That part stands out more to me as I get older. It's gross. I had to like avert my eyes. They weren't originally siblings, but now they are. You know what I mean? And I just. Maybe this is a hot take of me. I don't necessarily. I kind of. You know, it's fine. I don't think they have to be siblings, okay? That's my take. I think Luke being a Skywalker and the son of Darth Vader works. I don't think having Leia also be the daughter of Anakin adds much to the story. And having them to be siblings doesn't really add much to the story. Even in the sequel series, right? Even in The Force Awakens, The Last Jedi, and The Rise of Skywalker, there's nothing like there's nothing to be added by having Leia be a Skywalker. The only thing that was added was that, oh, now Ben Solo is right now Ben Solo is Force sensitive because he's related to Anakin. And that's another thing that existed as a plot point. But like, I don't think, to be fair, the sequel series was kind of bad anyway. Like 7, 8, 9 just wasn't great. But you can just have Leia's kid just be Force sensitive. Right? It's not like Star Wars did any consistency when it came to who was and was not force sensitive. You know what I mean? Just make, right, Kylo Ren just force sensitive. Is he a Star Wars fan? I have so much respect for George Lucas and his vision for world building, but he's not great at writing movies, if I'm being honest. Yeah, the universe is cool, right? But like, I just don't think there's just so much stuff that I just don't think was added to the Star Wars mythos by it being the case. Like, if I was in charge, I would first of all not make Luke and Leia siblings. I would just, say Leia is there, she's around. Right? Have her role in the story be the same. Have Luke be like the son of Darth Vader. Have all that happen the way it did. And then in the sequel series, have Kylo Ren be just force sensitive for a different reason. Right? Instead of like, space eugenics. Like, oh, he's related to Anakin, therefore he's super powerful. Like the entire I completely hate the whole this is a battle between the two families, the Palpatines and the Skywalkers. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. It's so unnecessary. And it muddies the entire story, and it kind of ruins the entire universe, right? Which is why, like, Andor is one of the best pieces of Star Wars, if not the best piece of Star Wars media that they put out, right? Because it removes from all of that other, stuff. Right? It gets very low level in the lives of, like, the rebels and smugglers and the normal people going about their normal lives without being bothered by the intricacies of like space wizards, right? And hereditary space wizards and things like that. I'm a big fan of Rogue One. I'm a big Rogue One fan. I should maybe watch Andor. You should. Rogue One is also good. I like what Rogue One did with Vader. I the Andors that they made, the feature garb Japanese. I mean, to be fair, isn't that all Star Wars? And Tony didn't make the Lieutenant of the Secret Jedi. No spoilers. No spoilers. I'm not done with season 2 yet. The reason I can forgive Rey being Palpatine's granddaughter is because Palpatine has always been the main overarching villain. His machinations are the main source of conflict the main saga films focus on. And I don't think they needed that for the sequel series. It's a sequel series for a reason, right? Imagine if in the next Avengers movie, right, the main villain is like Thanos' daughter. You know what I mean? Like, it's dumb. You don't need that. It's an entirely different story. Snoke was a perfectly good villain until they killed him off in the 8th movie. Isn't that the idea? Not really. Like, Gamora's around, but she's not like the main villain of the next Avengers movie. If she was, I would have a problem with that too. Right? But it dooms RDJs again, so I mean, I think that's slightly different, right? But I do agree that I also have a problem with that, right? Bringing back Robert Downey Jr. as the main villain of, doing Secret Wars. Not Secret Wars. The other one. No, the Secret Wars. That's right. Yeah, like I think it's stupid. Dynastic storytelling is how you get White Panther. True. So yeah, I think that sucks and that's bad. I think Snoke as a villain is cool. I think genuinely you could have everything happen the way it happened up until episode 9 of Star Wars, and it would have been decent. It wouldn't have been good. It would have been decent, right? What they should have done, they should have fulfilled 3 different things in episode 9 of Star Wars, right? 1, make Finn a Jedi, right? That's it. By the end of the story, Finn is a Jedi. You make Rey a Jedi Knight, or you do like a flash forward a little bit into like a Rey's like a Jedi Knight or Jedi Master, and takes Finn on as a Padawan or something like that, right? Give my man his garb. He deserves it. He deserves it. Number one. Because, like, it makes no sense because if you just go back in time to how The Force Awakens was marketed, it was black guy holding lightsaber. That is how, exactly. Have him holding the lightsaber on the poster. Exactly. It was a black guy holding lightsaber. And you're telling me in 3 movies, it's still, oh, well, he may be Force sensitive. No. Have him in a fit of anger and rage to save Rey or whatever, you know. We'll do like a little force push, and it's like, it kind of shakes the room a little bit. It's just something to like confirm like, okay, the Force is there, you know? He's on his pathway to becoming a Jedi, right? Something. But no, it was always just like, well, he convinced this guy to do something a little bit. Maybe he could have potentially had a little bit of Force influence on him. Like, what are we doing here? What are we doing? That's the first thing I would fix. Number 2, again, the removal of Palpatine, right? You don't need Rey to be the granddaughter of Palpatine. Not necessary. You don't need that. You don't need Kylo Ren to be the. You don't need like Kylo Ren to be related to Anakin. You also don't need that either, right? I would remove that entire subplot about like this like being generational like family dynamics. And I think that maybe it could have worked with Kylo Ren being like related to Anakin, but I don't think Palpatine, and this is the problem, is they didn't develop any other villain in the story other than like Palpatine. Palpatine has been the overarching villain, but because of that, it's like if you want to do like you know, Rey is descendant of the big or a villain, the only villain to do is Palpatine, and so you would just need to like fix that entire thing. So yeah, I would make Rey nobody. That's the entire thing of movie 2, right? The Last Jedi is that Rey is nobody, right? Rey doesn't have a family, right? That's the entire thing. And they were just like, oh no, she's actually super, super powerful and stuff because she's a descendant of a super powerful guy. But also, the Force skipped a generation. It's like a recessive gene. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Andor is amazing, and it's about Palestine. It applies to Palestine. Season 1 is so good. I haven't finished season 2. Han having issues with his son could have been decent even, but making them not Force sensitive, have him actually be a scoundrel, and Han confronts him. So you've seen the Irish actor speaking out. I have not, because I tried to avoid Andor stuff. Well, I'm not finished with it yet. I think The Force Awakens does more damage than the trilogy. It's so similar to OG movies. And so nostalgia bait. JJ's defense, the Chuds were complaining about Rey was powerful, but a nobody, and tried to appease them and failed to do so, which is why you never appease them. This is why you never appease them, because this is what you get. You get like that. You get a bad story. Because right-wingers don't know what they want. They don't. But yeah. That's number 2. Number 3 that I would change. Wait, that's it. Rey being a nobody. That's kind of similar to number 2. Was there another one? Make Finn a Jedi. Ray being a nobody. Oh, main villain. Keep Snoke. Actually, you know what? Don't keep Snoke. I lied. Snoke should die in movie 2. I think that's funny. But then Kylo Ren should be the main villain for movie 3. Right? What? Okay, spoilers for Naruto. What happened in the sequel trilogy of Star Wars is exactly what happened at the end of Naruto Shippuden. Exactly that. Genuinely, it's like you have a very good, compelling villain, and you're like, okay, well, that villain just dies in a pretty unceremonious way. But there's a bigger bad. Oh, I hate it. That was never explained really until that villain died, and that's the problem. Kaguya could work as a fight, right? If it was even remotely explained, right? Before like Madara died in the beginning, right? Or technically at the end, right? But no, it was like Madara died, and they were like, "Oh, yep, that's right, we killed Madara. Kaguya's here now," and Kaguya's like, "I'm here now," and that's it. I'm just like, okay, that's when I stopped caring about Naruto. Genuinely, that's when I stopped caring about Naruto. If anybody at least they attempted to explain her at all. What do you mean? They said, and somehow Palpatine has returned. It actually has a whole arc that goes into Kaguya's backstory before they fight her. That's not the same thing. That's not the same thing. You know that's not the same thing. Madara is at least mentioned and teased, and he's like, him being the villain is like at least a part of the story without them being like, if it wasn't feeling like it's like, boom, now he's here. You know? But that's what happened with Star Wars. It was like, oh, Snoke is dead. Kylo Ren killed him. You're like, okay, Kylo Ren's the new villain, right? It was like, okay, will he be bad? Will he be good? We don't know. Oh, he killed Snoke. Now he's fully bad. Oh, just kidding. Somehow Palpatine's returned. Somehow Palpatine has returned. Which is like, I think a line that's literally in the movie.
We've decoded the intel from the First Order spy, and it confirms the worst. Somehow Palpatine returned.
They wrote that into the movie. They wrote that into the movie. Somehow Palpatine's returned was written into the movie. So yeah. 1, make Finn a Jedi by the end of the story. Or at least help him develop his force powers and give him a lightsaber of his own. Actually, you know what? Yeah. Something like that. 2, make Rey a nobody. 3, I forgot what 3 was. Oh, make Kylo Ren the main villain, remove Palpatine, and kill off Snoke. I really think they should have let Leia die off screen. The weekend at Bernie's we got was bad. I agree. Also, make the Knights of Ren do literally anything. Just don't even get me started. I didn't even know they had names. It's an hour and a half long video. Honestly, I think a video that I liked and I watched about this was actually from Jenny Nicholson. And I am awaiting the next Jenny Nicholson video. It's been a year. Jenny, has been a year. Where's it at? I think I went too far back. I think it was actually this. The Star Wars pitch. Oh no, this one. The Rise of Skywalker was real bad. She has the anti-Finn bias. I don't believe that. My queen would never. I watched that video again recently and I genuinely forgot how bad the writing in episode 9 is. It's just so disappointing. Cause like, it's not like there aren't problems in the original trilogy or in the prequel trilogy, but like at least they're compelling, you know? At least there's a charm to it. It feels very campy, right? Because it is. It's I feel like it allowed itself to be a little bit cringe, as opposed to being scared of the cringe and therefore ending up as being more cringe, you know? There are problems with all the movie, but the first 6 feel charming. Yeah. Anyway, sorry. I got distracted about Star Wars from this Mace Windu picture. That's insane. Let's continue with the White Panther.
Times, because at the time his name wasn't Christopher Priest. At the time he was known as Jim Owsley, which was originally his government name. But yeah, the Black Panther series from that time frame, and I want to say it was like the first 12 or 13 some odd issues that were under the Marvel Knights imprint before it just started going back to being Marvel. That's another story altogether. But basically, yeah, he wrote a version of Black Panther that I think, well, I don't think it actually still holds up, you know, today, just being honest. I mean, not saying it's bad, but I just don't think that with the passage of time, some of the elements that came from it, they didn't age well. They didn't age like milk, per se, but the expiration date has passed. Let's just put it like that. And now Christopher Priest has been brought back to write a new chapter in the Marvel Knights Black Panther mythos. And I'm gonna be honest with you guys, because I know some of y'all know me. I'm gonna keep it real with you. I'm always gonna keep it a buck. That's just what I do. I actually really enjoyed this issue until I got to the end of it. So you probably heard by now that this is supposed to tell the story of a world where T'Challa is no longer the Black Panther. He has met his ultimate end, and the next in line...
I mean, to be fair, there are a lot of worlds where T'Challa is no longer the Black Panther. He dies quite a bit. Not as much as other characters, but he does die. Right? And there's like a whole like succession race about like who will succeed him as the Black Panther.
Has to step up and become the new Black Panther. And this was something that was kept pretty tamped down. This was not revealed early on. I'm actually shocked that this didn't get out sooner because of the nature of it. But we discovered that T'Challa has to have an heir. He has to have somebody who he can pass on his legacy to help keep Wakanda, under the control of someone who can guide Wakanda into the future and protect its people, so on and so forth. This all kind of ultimately leads to Monica Lynn, a character who was originally introduced back in the 1960s, early on in Black Panther's history. She was a love interest who ultimately ended up kind of fading off into obscurity. And more...
Like, I just don't like the way they draw T'Challa here. Like, old comic book art of T'Challa just isn't...
In recent years, she has been killed off, at least in terms of a story arc that takes place in, like, the future, like not the far-flung future, but far enough in the future. It's like, okay, at some point, Monica got to go. That part's neither here nor there because the Marvel Knights in, main Earth continuity, sometimes they're the same, sometimes they're not the same. It depends on who you ask at the time. At the end of the day, what happens here is that we get a story where...
Is that Obama?
Monica Lynn is brought back. T'Challa, who has been obviously estranged from her for quite some time, they get married. It's not that Black Panther never married Storm. No, all of that is still continuity. Black Panther and Storm still get married. The problem is that just like in main continuity, they broke up. But
also, okay, also the way that they handle Black Panther and Storm's marriage in Marvel, I also don't like that because it feels like it's a spit on the ground of black love. You know what I mean? Coach trying to bring it back. Like you have like freaking Storm like gallivanting around with like Wolverine with Logan. Right? And then you have like T'Challa being perpetually like either like bachelor playboy or like just single and sad and being like, I miss Storm or whatever. You know what I mean? Like it's just
before they could
let black love thrive, okay? Why are we not letting black love thrive? This could be the power couple of the century.
reconcile, supposedly, she died in a race war.
What?
I'll suppose, like in main continuity, they broke up. But before they could reconcile, supposedly, she died in a race war.
You're telling me Storm, Omega level mutant Storm died in a race war. Who wrote this book, bro? What are we doing here?
Now, aside from that, this is kind of where the whole Monica Lynn of it all comes back into play, where he has to go be with her because.
Bro, this is the equivalent of like Darwin in X-Men Origins, X-Men First Class, right? Sebastian Stan rocks up to him and was like, "Here, eat this ball of energy," and Darwin explodes. It's like that. Like, what are we talking about here? What are we talking about here? I was going to type that out. It makes no sense. I'm not saying Storm can't be killed, but we're talking about one of the most powerful mutants on the planet. Wasn't that Kevin Bacon? Yes. Kevin Bacon did kill a black man. Like just dying in a race war.
Yeah, Ramonda's like, hey, you need to get a grandson up in here. You gotta put some get some grandbabies up in her, all that stuff. And next thing you know, we flash forward. They're married. They're together. T'Challa still seems to be carrying the torch for Storm. He's erected monuments in her honor.
Why? This is a question I have. Wakanda is insanely advanced. Why do they not just clone him? I know cloning never goes well in Marvel, right? But like, you would think that like if you always need a leader, just have like a genetic backup of T'Challa just waiting whenever he inevitably dies. Boom, just pull a clone out.
Monuments that Monica Lynn has to stare at every single day when she wakes up because they're literally right outside her bedroom.
LOL.
This is wild. I'm like, man, T'Challa, you are wild. You are wild. But more importantly, Christopher Priest, you are wild. But then one of the things I started noticing is that despite the fact that Wakanda has moved on to becoming a democracy, something that Christopher Priest doesn't seem to have a high opinion of, which is kind of funny considering some of the things that he inserted into
the concept of democracy or the concept of Wakanda being a democracy. He's like, yeah, Christopher Priest hates democracy.
Is that despite the fact that Wakanda has moved on to becoming a democracy, something that Christopher Priest doesn't seem to have a high opinion of, which is kind of funny considering some of the things that he inserted into Black Panther's canon, like the Dora Milaje being wives in waiting who have been literally raised and groomed to be a potential wife for T'Challa since they.
I hate everything that this person has written about Black Panther from what I've seen. Every single thing that has been said so far, I hate it. I hate it. It's so bad.
They were kids.
You say why I constantly gentleman now?
I calm down. I'd calm down, Chris. I would calm down if I were you. He seems to have an opinion about this. He has some very specific words. Basically, he says
he's misogynistic. Like, we don't have to mince any words here. He is misogynistic. He's probably conservative, very traditional.
The tune of decades before the king had granted Wakanda self-rule, it was like giving nuclear launch codes to your crazy aunt. It would take generations for people accustomed to tribalism to mature enough to govern themselves. Now, I will.
What are we talking about? These are some of the most advanced people on this entire planet. And he was like, yep, these African people are just too stupid to understand democracy. They are one of the most advanced groups of people on the planet. Who allowed him to write this? Where is editorial? Where are the editors?
Generations for people accustomed to tribalism to mature enough to govern themselves. Now, I will say that last part I think is actually perfectly okay. That part actually makes sense. But like the way he describes it, like it just, you can tell that man does not have a lot of love in his heart for the current situation with T'Challa, which, to be fair, I think that the situation that it comes from was not particularly the greatest thing that was ever made, that being the John Ridley run, but I actually do feel like it's been handled relatively well in the few Black Panther comics that there have been since then. I feel like we just have not gotten a definitive Black Panther run yet since then, considering that the only one we have had that is in continuity was Ebel Ewing's run, and she only wrote it for 10 issues. So she really didn't get a whole.
It's a sick design, though. This is a sick design. I like whatever's going on with this design.
Whole heap of a lot of. I mean, she got some time to cook, but I mean, she just did not get as much time, I think, as I would have liked to have seen her take with this to really like flesh it out a little bit more. She was getting somewhere, and then the legs got cut out from up under.
Sweep the leg.
Oh. Okay, so Marvel editorial is around when it comes to stopping women from writing Black Panther. But like when it comes to whatever this garbage about the Wakandans being too backwards to understand democracy, they're like, that's totally fine. That's totally fine. That's chill. All right, sure. All right, sure. Comment, that's one of my favorite moments from your stream. Thank you.
You have a problem with that?
There's still a democracy in the wake of all that. They've actually taken that over from main continuity, but he's still doing Challenge Day, and he's facing off with someone who is dressed just like a Black Panther, because who else would it be but his son? But yeah, when we get to the end of this, is kind of where I was talking about earlier, where, you know, the person who he's fighting, yes, you assume before you get to that last page, oh yeah, he's got a son. He was booed up with Monica Lynn. They had a baby. Okay, baby's grown now, and he has the power of the Black Panther, and all of that entails. And of course, yeah, he's fighting him. And what I actually find really interesting about that is that he actually does not, really defeat Black Panther, T'Challa clean 1, 2, 3 in the middle of the ring. He only wins because T'Challa dragged his ass out of the depths of the water where he got thrown down to, where he very likely would have died. But the whole shame in all this is that, yeah, this is a kid who doesn't look like T'Challa. This kid is white. I have it under my standing that there's over 300, maybe possibly over 400 different shades of white. This one is bone. This one is bone white. And now this white man is the king of Wakanda now, because he has defeated T'Challa in combat. So that's great. Now, you're probably gonna wonder why I don't have as much of a problem with this. Because that's one of those things, like a lot of like racists have always used this as an example. Well, what if he were white?
What if we made him Ryan Gosling? What if we made him Asian?
Like, that's what they always want to say when characters in movies and television shows where their race is changed because the people who made the show decided that they just want.
I will say it's still a story, so there is a story that could be told here that has a good thematic like through line. But I don't believe that this writer is going to be able to do that. Right? I don't.
One of the best person to do the job as opposed to the person who just so happened to look like the character. And it's not to say that's always the case. Yeah, sometimes people are trying to tick a box. But I think in the case of characters like Black Panther, a character who is actually like being black is a large portion of his character. Just because there's white people that live in Africa, especially the South Africa, more specifically, doesn't mean that suddenly there's room for White Panther. Well, I think it's funny. I think it's nasty work. I think it's silly, and honestly, it kind of brought the book down for me just a little bit. I'm gonna tell you why I actually don't care and why I actually think it's funny, and I'm actually glad that racists have finally gotten their Ryan Gosling, not in the MCU but in the comics. I don't care because this guy is not the hero. He's the bad guy. Like, he is unabashedly the bad guy. In this case, he's less T'Challa and he's more Killmonger than he is anything else. And while I think
at least Killmonger was played by freaking Michael B. Jordan. So how much can you really hate Michael B. Jordan?
Christopher Priest made some choices here. Because I'm going to tell you right now, I don't think this child is T'Challa's. I think it's pretty obvious. I think this child
I think it's pretty obvious. What gave it away? what gave it away?
Actually have more to do with Everett K. Ross. I think Everett K. Ross is the pappy. Watson is the pappy here in this scenario. Bilbo Baggins is the pappy in this scenario. That's all I'm saying here. But yes, I think personally it's okay. I am glad that racists have their Black Panther. I'm happy for them, honestly. And I think it's even more on brand that this person is not the protagonist of the story. Or at least if they are the protagonist of the story, they are not a good guy. They are not portrayed as a hero. They're not.
Well, at least of this issue, like, he's definitely not the protagonist. We follow the story through the eyes of T'Challa. So, like, T'Challa is still the protagonist.
Not portrayed as this paragon of heroism and virtue and doing what's right. This person who is the Black Panther now, this white man who is Black Panther, is for all intents and purposes a whiny ass DEI, and by DEI I mean didn't earn it, Black Panther. This white man colonized Black Panther. This is a culture vote. So I think it's on brand. So I actually take back everything I said. You know what, Christopher Priest, you are absolved of all wrongdoing. As far as I'm concerned, anything you have ever written that has been sus, you are now absolved. I've taken you to court. Yes, sir, that is correct. I have taken you to problematic comic court, and now I've thrown your case out. The prosecution has no longer provided a legitimate case against you. You are absolved of all wrongdoing in the case of the People versus Black Adam. You're absolved. Case dismissed. Time served.
Black Adam.
Good day, sir. Good day.
That's a different character.
Good day. But no, seriously, that's if Christopher Priest goes the course that I think he's going. If he goes the other direction, if he actually tries to make this person a more heroic figure, I will have a problem with that. And then we got to walk your ass right back to court. It's going to be the People versus...
I mean, you can't. It's double jeopardy. You got to get him on a different thing. But yeah, that's a white man being Black Panther. Honestly, it is kind of funny. Right? It is kind of funny. But we just have to wait and see. Double jeopardy doesn't exist in problematic comic book court. Oh, the more you know. I do want to add, chat, that we are about 111 follows away from 30K. Can we hit it today? Maybe. Tell your friends, tell your enemies, tell your brothers and your sisters and your aunts and your cousins and your your uncles and your aunties and your nieces and your nephews and your moms and your dads and your grandmamas and granddaddies. Tell all the people you know to get in here, drop a follow. I would appreciate that. I gotta follow to keep you motivated. That's crazy. At 30K, we'll do a 30-hour stream. We hit 15K subs on YouTube. Ow. Whew. 15K subs on YouTube. But yeah. I am curious about what this is about. Also, you can also subscribe, right? My subscribers have been steadily going down. If we can get closer to that 1K mark, I would be happy. I would appreciate that. To Ob's Hey, John the Black follows John the Black on Twitch. He's almost at 30K. So my hate watchers, they can't chat unless they follow me, so might as well. When they make carbohydrate agent, they did a last second as pull after a character saturation for him the entire run. Maybe this is similar. I mean, maybe. So some of my enemies to follow you, or do I tell them to follow Ian Dicktone? Don't tell them to follow Dicktone. He doesn't deserve it.
Something a little different today.
There's also this Douglas video about I've been struggling with content recently that I am curious about because like he's been putting out a lot of content.
To that _mango_sentinel.
Bro, this is his second channel. He has 800,000 subscribers on his second channel.
Gift subs in the channel.
It's insane. It'd be sure I can think for the gifted sub. And think for another gifted sub. Much appreciated. Chat, you know you have a, if you just check for me. Check real quick. Go ahead and go to twitch.tv/ShawnTheBlack.
42 gift subs in the channel.
Right. .tv/ShawnTheBlack. Wait, that's Sean Black. That's not me. Go to subscribe, which will be right here. And then you click on, scroll down, and there'll be a button that says subscribe with Prime. If you see subscribe with Prime, actually, let me go to here.
NP Sharky gifted a tier 1 sub to Rexermus _.
There'll be like a button that says subscribe with Prime here. You click that and you click on subscribe, and it's a free subscription. So go ahead and check and see if you have one of those for me, chat. If you do have that, if you can use it on me, I'd appreciate it. Don't use it on anybody else, just use it on me. Thank you very much.
Subs in the channel.
Thank you for the 2 more gifted subs and 3 gifted subs, 5 in total. NP Sharky, much appreciated. Speaking of comics, could you give us out there on your progression? I'm still in Annie's lobby. I have not finished. I'm sniping.
They have given 345
did it at
subs
Gremlos. Miles being that guy. Let's continue.
I'm just going to talk about what it has been like to make content recently and the fact that I'm just kind of struggling with it, to be honest. I've just been having a hard time this year, and I want to just kind of express why and why things maybe seem a little bit off or maybe don't. I don't know. At the very least, I hope you'll allow me to just vent a little bit for the people who are interested in the ventings of an internet clown man. So I also think there's just, I think, a degree of catharsis of me feeling sort of
self-conscious. And this is kind of interesting. And this is an interesting conversation because Doug, by all conceivable metrics, is very successful, right? He's very successful as a content creator, in viewership, in growth, probably monetarily as well. And so what I'm curious and why I'm watching this is I want to see from the lens of somebody who kind of has it all, if you will. And still maybe doesn't feel fulfilled by the content that they create. Right? And just to get that perspective as well. Because I feel like this as well. I feel as though I'm struggling to create content. I'm struggling to do things that I find enjoyable. Right? I'm struggling to balance content alongside my other job as well. And things of that nature. Right? And I feel oftentimes that if I just put my head down and I grind and I grow my content to a certain size, right? Then if I'm making enough money, then it will kind of justify me doing the content that I'm doing, and I'll be more happy because now at least I'm being compensated well for doing that content. But that may not be the case. And it's what Doug is talking about here. So I'm curious about what he's saying about this.
Conscious about the stuff I've been making not living up to what I wish it was, and wanting to just express that to the world in some way for whoever might be interested. Specifically, I feel like over the past 6 months, I have been really struggling, man. I've been really overwhelmed. There's been a lot of stuff in my personal life going on that I haven't talked about much, like death of a family member. But on top of that, I think that work has just become super overwhelming. Like the amount of stuff I'm trying to do has become way, way past my bandwidth to do things. And as a result, it feels like I'm just kind of failing across the board at sort of everything. You know, I have the Twitch and the YouTube side of things. And then now I have this new podcast, which I've been doing for the past, it's been out for like 3 months, 4 months, but it's been going, you know, we've been planning it longer than that. And frankly, while that has been one of the most rewarding things I've ever done, it's also been one of the most emotionally draining things ever and is making me burnt out at a level and at a pace that is just feels harder to recover from than other things.
I think this podcast is talking about, it's called Lemonade Stand, and I saw Ludwig talking about it. And he said, because Ludwig was talking about the Elon Musk, Donald Trump thing. And he called this podcast the most liberal people that he knows. And I was like, I didn't really peg a freaking Thug as like a Omega Lib. Right? It has Atrioc Aiden from The Yard and then Doug Duck at this podcast where they talk about, like, I guess, liberal stuff.
So is that maybe an option for the US? We asked the EU for a big bailout.
There we go.
Wow. And to be honest, Doug, that's not in this presentation, and I hadn't even thought of that.
Abundance the podcast. Honestly, that would make sense. Now they're all centrist coded. No, I think that they're less central. I would give them liberal. I think that they're very, very lib coded. Right? They're not like leftists. Like I wouldn't consider like any of them socialists. Right? But they're very. Yeah, why? What's going on YouTube? Sometimes I just get a bunch of subs. Yeah, sometimes I get a bunch of subs at once. I'm just like, what's happening? What's going on? Also, here's my plan, chat. We are almost 100 followers away. My plan is this. Hassan goes live. I rate Hassan. I get the shout out. People follow me. I hit 30K. Flawless, foolproof.
I'm sure you can kind of imagine where that comes from. It's because it's fucking politics, man. It's like business and politics, and the level of intensity around the discussion that results from those conversations is holy shit.
Yeah. This is wild. Make America Great Depression Again. Moderator Harry Sisson, with Atrioc, Doug, and Gavin Newsom. Because I have a horrible set isn't even a lemonade stand. It's supposed to be a take off like the modernish lemonade-ish look.
So is that maybe a
thing? Right? But he's correct. It is politics. And I think he's right in that when you do politics, it does get to a point where you're like, I kind of don't like this. Right? I kind of don't like this. Talking about politics day in and day out is draining. Right? Which is why I oftentimes dip into like anime or comic books or other things like that. Right? Because going into this is how bad the world is. This is what Donald Trump is doing today. You know, it is difficult to juggle and tackle. And I respect people who can do that. Right? So I get it.
Intense on a level that I was not prepared for. And I didn't emotionally build the shell to be able to have this sort of thing in my life. And so I want to be clear. This is not some like, woe is me. My life is objectively, it's not bad. I have a lot of incredible things going on in my life that I'm very, very grateful for. Me struggling as a fucking YouTuber is not the biggest tragedy in the world. I will set the context initially of like, why did I start a podcast about business and technology and politics? I've been doing YouTube for like almost 10 years now. And 7 years full time. I think it is important to maybe set the context that this at no point has been sustainable. I don't want to sound doomer here, but at no point that I've been doing YouTube full time have I thought, this is sustainable and I could do this for a long time. There's actually been various periods over the past few years where I've thought, I have 6 to 12 more months in me. But then what happens is I get better at managing it. You know, usually I take on too much stuff. I kind of put too much pressure on myself. But then I get better and I work with my therapist or do whatever advancement in my personal or physical health. And then I'm able to carve out more space and feel like, okay, things are a little more manageable now. For example, hiring a team. First couple of years, I did everything myself. And then I hired
Oh,
editors.
it's Apollo. Apollo hasn't been here for a while. That's crazy.
Who I was overseeing myself. And then 2.5 years ago, Barry started helping manage the overall company. I brought in other people to help me manage things. We brought on more people. So now there's like 10 people we're working with regularly. It's a full-on legit company team, like 6 of which are like full-time. Like they depend on me for their livelihood. And as this stuff has been built up and we've built the infrastructure and the process around all these things, I sort of like get more emotional.
And that honestly is kind of the reason why people are always telling me like, oh, hire an editor, hire an editor, hire an editor, right? And this is kind of the reason why I am apprehensive of doing that, because I don't want that responsibility of people looking to me as though they depend on me, at least not at the moment of my life, because I don't think that I'm making enough money to really even sustain myself, and not much less like another person for like a full-time endeavor, right? And that's a scary thing to kind of balance, to be like, okay, I can't even take a break, because if I take a break, people don't get paid. I am the personality. And this is what I assume, like, this is what I think Doug is thinking, right? And they're like, you can't not stream, because how you stream is how you make money, right? So you must stream, continue to make the money, to continue to then feed back into keep people employed.
Creative.
Yeah, people who say get employees don't think about the plenty of people who don't want to be a boss. Yeah.
Bandwidth, more literal just time in the day. And then I fill it with something. The instant my schedule goes from feeling like too much to, you know what, actually it's kind of getting under control. Then I start saying yes to those collab opportunities with Ludwig or Point Crow, or a travel opportunity for some convention, or I agree, you know what, finally I will do this thing, or start to take on sponsors, or start to hire more people, or start to put an effort in this thing. And then we start a clips channel, and then we start doing this and this. There's always something that ends up filling that gap. So even though over the 7 years of doing this full time,
I've got setups co-op. That problem is like you could only do Fear and when you are at Fear and size. You know? It's not a thing that can exist if you are trying to start something new. Have you felt burnt out in the past, or did you always scale back before hitting that point? No, I felt burnt out all the time, like consistently. Right? It's something you have to deal with and manage as a creator. There was a times where I wanted to quit content in general, go back to school, right? Become a teacher. I have a plan. I have a plan for when creating content becomes too much and I want to stop, right? I'm leaving LA. I'm going back home, right? And I'm going to freaking school. And I'm going to go to school, get a degree, and become a teacher. That's what my plan is. I'm not going to make no money, right? But that's what I want to do eventually. So I'm going to do this until I can do that. Or I'm going to do this until I have to do that for whatever reason. You know? So yeah, but like when you're like, if you're like my size, you have a YouTube channel that's doing surprisingly well, but not making any money, right? Which I do. Like I hit 15,000 subscribers. Like that's cool. I'm not making any money, right? Like I'm not making any money off of these videos here. Not really. Not enough to pay somebody for. I would say the amount of money that I made off of these videos, I could probably pay somebody to edit a single video, which is not particularly sustainable. You know? Let me check actually. Let's see, revenue. Yeah. Obviously, it's better than making no money. Editors are that expensive?
Gotten way
Yes.
better at.
Editors are quite expensive. You're not paying somebody $5 to edit a video for you. Especially if you want to pay them like equitably. Watch me? That's crazy.
Managing everything that's going on and delegating more and building out a team and an infrastructure, it just ends up filling immediately. Like the instant I get 10% of my kind of schedule and time back, it just gets filled. So at no point has there been a period of the last 7 years where I've been like, man, kind of just don't have that much to do. Feels like I'm gaining energy. It's
AI,
all.
that feels wrong. Even the AI is not great. You're going to be paying for a service to do that in the first place. So you might as well just, you know.
Always at this just like breakneck speed of filling my schedule with as much stuff as I possibly can. Again, self-inflicted, right? This is not woe is me, but it's been challenging because it is so hard not to let things scale infinitely. Even right now, I say no to way more things than I say yes to. No to collabs, no to projects, no to things that I would love to do on stream or YouTube videos or traveling or friends or convention. You have to say no constantly just to get like the bare minimum sort of working. And that is the context leading up till 6 months ago when I started this podcast. And this podcast, turns out, takes about 2.5 days a week. About half of my schedule suddenly was taken out of my extremely busy schedule that I've barely been able to kind of like hold on to and barely been able to keep it all together. And suddenly that's gone. And I am now attempting to manage the same team, the same Twitch, the same YouTube with half of the time. And as you can maybe imagine, that has been very difficult. And I think that has made it hard to, frankly, keep up my Twitch and YouTube at the quality bar that it has in the past. As a really quick disclaimer for people who are maybe wondering why I started a podcast in the first place, the context here, I'll keep it brief, is that over the past few years, as particularly AI has become more prominent, I have become, let's say, a drinker of the Kool-Aid. And I do genuinely believe that AI, and specifically new technology, is going to reduce the amount of suffering of humanity by a degree that we could only ever imagine. That we are going to get closer to a world where the horrible things that people deal with and suffer from on a regular basis, the inequalities around the world, are going to be massively improved. I think it's going to help us in areas like medicine. I've talked about all these on the podcast.
Chat, chill out. Chat. Just chill for a second. Just let him get his take out first. Right? You don't even know what he's saying. Y'all just hear AI and you just go crazy, and this is kind of the problem. Right? In that he's talking about his idealistic world about what he wants to happen. Right? With AI. And y'all are just like, oh, you're so dumb, you're so stupid. Like, just chill. Chill.
If you're interested in more detail, but medicine, curing a vast array of the diseases that have plagued us for all time, the diseases that killed
you against curing diseases? Huh? You against curing diseases? Exactly.
Family members a few months ago. The opportunity of people around the world to be able to start businesses and have the tools to do the things they want to do. I'm not talking about AI art, but if some person in rural Brazil wants to start a business online, there's going to be tools now that help them translate languages, do accounting, finances, secretarial work, all of the different components that historically have been locked behind you need to know people and have money and be in the right part of the world. I think that's going to start to dissipate as these tools become much stronger. So I see a level of equalization of human inequality at a scale that we have never before been able to achieve. And then just an abundance of resources. There's just some of the most incredible stories from companies like Ohalo, if you're interested, who does like genetic engineering of food. And I think there's a real world where 10, 20, 30 years from now, AI tools are helping us to create a level of abundance of resources, of food, of energy, of water that, again, are not possible even remotely right now. And I find that to be incredibly inspiring. Now, just me saying that probably pissed off some people who are now
chat. I said, what did you even say? I don't know what you said.
feeling, well, it's actually bad for these reasons, and I know that. And what I've learned over the past few months is you can't talk about this stuff without getting people to be very passionately upset about it. But just put yourself in my shoes for right now and imagine.
I mean, yeah, that's true. That's correct, right? But I don't think like what he said is an incorrect perspective to have, right? Acknowledging the harm of what AI can cause, but acknowledging how it can be used in the future, right? Like, Doug is somebody that we should be trying to explain about the inherent not misconceptions, right? But the inherent parts of capitalism that cause for the inevitable decline of society, regardless of what the tool is, right? To get him on our side, right? But y'all are so quick to just see somebody say, I think AI can help us in the future, and throw the baby out with the bathwater to be like, yeah, get out of here. You know, get out of here. You're still stupid. You're so dumb, right? Instead of just being like, all right, let's have a conversation about what AI will look like in the future under capitalism, and why capitalism is the problem, and why capitalism is the issue, and why that needs to be addressed first and foremost, right? Like let me talking about using AI being an equalizer between the global South and like Western nations or whatever. Will never really happen so long as the global South still has its resource extracted by greedy capital owners, right? While their leaders are being cooed by America to destabilize the region because we have, or we want, access to the raw materials that they could provide, right? There's a conversation that we can have there. We can't have it if y'all just see somebody say, maybe AI is good, and you just start attacking them for it. Because treating the current iteration of AI as a precursor to linear progression towards AI saving the world is pure copium. It's an LLM that we're using to lie to people about how good it is in most tasks right now. You're wrong. That's not what AI is. That's not what he's talking about. There is usage for AI in medicine, right? That are being developed to detect cancers, right? You are buying into what the technocratic tech evangelists are saying about AI. You're buying into that. Them saying that AI is a miracle drug that will solve anything, right? You are buying into that. You're engaging with that as though that's the truth, right? Instead of doing what we should be doing, and that is drawing a distinction between what generative AI is and what the techno billionaires are trying to say or sell us, and the actual productive usages of it, right? That is our job. It's our job to not, give them that and argue on that basis. It's our job to distinct that, right? To divest that, to separate that out for the normal people. Because the normal people aren't going to do that. Your mom and dad are not going to draw a difference in AI used for medicine, right? And then like ChatGPT making up sources online, right? Or AI videos that are misleading. Right? And it's our job to make sure that there is a distinction at that. Because you're not going to halt progress. You're not going to do it. You are not going to stop progress in technology. It's a fool's errand, and we should be using that energy instead of trying to stop the inevitable rise of what is going to exist in the future, right? But course correcting it into a way that is productive for society. Trying to hold in the hand of normies. Can they do some work this time? No, they cannot. They never will. Right? And you have to learn to accept that as a leftist. Right? You have to learn to accept the fact that normies will never do the work. And you have to take on the emotional labor to actually doing the work. Right? To guiding them. When I'm trying to explain what AI could be used for, I point them to shit like this. The article has MRI of breast. I don't know if that's TOS, and I probably won't open it just in case. Right? The Luddite movement was not about eliminating technological advancements. It was about limiting its usage as a vehicle for capital owners to lay off workers and make the working conditions of the remaining workers worse. But that's not what's happening. That's not what's happening when you're just like, when you hear Doug describing what he thinks AI could be used for in the future, and you're just like, fuck you, you don't know, you're stupid, you're dumb. Right? I'm agreeing with you. Okay, like I'm saying it's not the way. That's the way to think about it. Oh yeah. Generative AI was spawned from tech from being used in medical research. I understand it's hard to have a nuance on this topic while engaging in online discourse, but learning its origins and the original intentions is important. China's right. Capitalism is what ruined it. Yeah. And when you are talking to somebody, like not even Doug, like when you're talking to like your parents or your cousins, right, who do see their lives as objectively easier when they don't have to think about things all the time, because under capitalism they don't have much time to do the thinking, right? And you're trying to take away that very little thing that helps them out a little bit without explaining to them why. They're like children, right? They're like children, and you're taking away the scissors that they're playing with, right? They're like, oh, okay, those scissors are dangerous. We're going to take that away from you. If you don't explain to those kids why you're taking away their nice, cool pair of scissors that they just found, right? They're going to get mad, and they're going to resent you, and they're going to lash out. You're like, no, here's some safety scissors. You can use these safety scissors, and they don't want it. But explain to them, like, little Johnny, these scissors are dangerous, right? They can cut you, right? Here, take these safety scissors instead. Here's what we can do, right, to make you happy about me taking away your scissors. That's the role that we have to have. This is capitalism's last stand, or it has to be capitalism's last stand, or we cooked with AI's robotics. So we have to use this as an overall structure. Otherwise, it'll be like, yeah, I don't have cancer anymore. I can go back to my shelter under the bridge. I don't think that's necessarily true. I think that's the case for every technology. You feel me? People say that about like cryptocurrencies and Bitcoin. About how this technology is either going to save the world or ruin it. And in generally speaking, due to historical context, it's usually somewhere in between. It's like, it's not going to like, you know, something will be the last thing, but like, I don't know if it's this, is my point. Abundance for food for everyone is BS. We have that today and not distributed, so we don't need AI to feed people. This is why I get mad when people say a feature would be great. And then maybe you're not the voice to be speaking to these people, right? Yes, it's naivety, right? It's built out of a naive framework. But if you're getting mad at people for explaining or having hope in the system that they have been taught to trust, right? Then I don't know what to tell you. It's not your job to get mad at these people. It's your job to educate them. It's your job to explain that to them, right? How is it remotely productive to see someone say, well, AI can help with like, feeding everyone, and being like, fuck you, you're stupid, or whatever. Instead of being like, the problem isn't AI, the problem is capitalism, and explaining that to them. And if you don't want to take on that emotional labor, that's one thing, right? It's one thing if you don't want to take on that emotional labor to take on explaining it to people, right? That's fine, right? Then I'm not talking to you. Last comment, exactly. The thing that young leftists need to learn is that you're never going to sway people by ridiculing them, no matter how strong your point is, especially if it's something, as Sean said, that's aiding them in some way. Yeah. You shouldn't be frustrated when a child doesn't understand a square peg won't fit into a round hole. You should explain it to them. Yeah.
Imagine that you genuinely believe that AI is going to do but just put yourself in my shoes for right now and imagine that you genuinely believe that AI is going to do some of the most incredible humanitarian things ever. As I have started to really believe that and see it in my own life and see it, as I've followed more business and tech over the past few years, I now have a real genuine desire to communicate some of these ideas. I don't think I'm going to go change the world by any means, but I want to talk about these with people and say, look, I know that there are these major challenges going on in the world. Frankly, the world is pretty depressing right now, but I do think that there are these things to look forward to which can be so incredibly positive for all of humanity, and we should try to focus on that, stay positive about that. So that's been my headspace. And that is why I have wanted a avenue to be able to talk about things like this. This is the primary motivation of wanting to start a podcast. It's not because I think the world needs to hear about my political opinions. I do not think they need to. I don't give a shit about my political opinions. But I want to be able to...
Right, but having to explain basic concepts to my parents, who are at one point I thought was smarter than me, hurt my soul. Then, again, maybe you're not the person to do it. Like, I don't know what to tell you, Chatter. I don't know what to tell you. Like, that, you're just describing reality, right? You are talking to people who have been propagandized by the society that they live in, and you, as a leftist, are supposed to explain this to them, that's where they live in is not the case, right? And like it is frustrating, right? It is a frustrating thing to do, but that's just reality. That's life.
Offer a voice of optimism for the future because of technology. I think that our generations, millennials and Gen Z, are bombarded with so much negativity and so much of the downsides of technology that I would like to at least offer a viewpoint, not to force people to think one way or another, but to at least be out there offering a viewpoint. And I think there is value in that. So that was the motivation. When I heard that Aiden and Atrioc were going to start a podcast, I reached out to them. It was their thing. And I reached out and I said, hey, if you guys are interested in a tech perspective, I would love to participate. I would love to be able to talk about these subjects with you guys. And also, I just happen to know those two guys and respect them a lot. And that was the origin of it. They said, yeah, that would be great. And we realized as we started getting together and talking about what a podcast would actually look like, this is last year, that we each kind of had a specialty. Aiden, really interested in political discussion. He's very interested in like social issues and the way people think, deep in the political sauce. Atrioc is very business focused. You know, he has his channel, for those who are aware, is like very much about business and like business news. And then for me, it's very much tech. That's what I consider to be my source of knowledge and the main thing that I have been passionate about and informed on. And we realized, okay, that's cool. We have this kind of triangle for this show where each one of us are kind of offering a specialty. And then we started the show. And initially, I just kind of treated it like my stream, where I'm like, well, I don't know that much about business and politics. I'm not claiming to know that much about business and politics, but it is a podcast where you're supposed to talk about stuff. So I'm just going to say random things. And I'm even going to kind of say things in the same style that I do on my own stream, where if you haven't noticed, I just say stupid shit on my stream a lot because it's fun. That's a fun way to have conversation with friends. That's something I enjoy a lot with my own content. It's just silly and it's lighthearted. And it turns out if you apply that same attitude talking about politics and business where you aren't deeply informed on a podcast, people get really, really fucking mad at you. And the reality is, I have been in.
I have this shirt. For some reason, this shirt is like I've seen this shirt be worn everywhere, and you could tell because like the actual like sleeves start after the shoulders. I literally have it's the same blue shirt too. Hold on, let me see if I can grab it real quick. Ugh. But you're not gonna see my naked body because I don't wear pants when I stream. I found it. It's right here. See? Here's like the shoulder and here's the sleeve right here. It's literally the same shirt. It's called the Amongst Others. Designed in Studio NYC. I've now seen 2 separate streamers wear the same style of shirt. Y'all never shop at the same store? Stop. Nice Week also wore the shirt as well. At TwitchCon. So I remember because I had the same shirt in my suitcase. Are they nice shirts? Yeah, they're nice. They're comfortable. I wore that shirt when during my Jubilee appearance. Wait. What makes a real man? 50 traditional men versus 50 progressive men? Leftist, liberal, conservative, MAGA? What? Anyway, so I got distracted by their insane titles and such. Wait, where's it at? I know I did an episode. Did they take it down? Maybe it's for the best they took it down. Hello? I think you skipped it. Oh. I'm right here. Where's the other one at? Gosh darn it. Oh.
To be honest, the Republican Party is preparing to just challenge whatever happens.
I think Kamala is honestly just a shit candidate, and she's gonna.
And will I still see? It's the same shirt. I wore better though. You do wear better. Thank you. Thank you. Try my best.
Continues down this path of placating to the right and pandering to
Sorry. Oh, actually, no. Let's just. I want to read this one more time.
Harris. Get over it. And I think that this should be a message to Kamala Harris specifically. She will lose the election if she continues down this path of placating to the right and pandering to Republicans. And will I still vote for her or not vote for her in November if she does not move on Israel and if she does not institute an arms embargo to stop the genocide of Palestinians? I will have no choice but to go forward with my decision.
That was almost a year ago. 7 months ago. And she lost because she didn't do those things. Anyway, sorry, let's go back to this video.
Get really, really fucking mad at you. And the reality is, I have been inundated with an extremely large amount of hate comments that are really fucking bothering me and have massively increased my anxiety over the past few months.
This is true, by the way. Like, if you do politics online, you do get this, right? And like, at a certain point, you gotta learn to deal with it. But like, even the amount that I get, don't read the hate comments. It's almost impossible because the hate comments will find you. The hate comments will find you. They will go to your email. They will start calling your elementary school teachers or whatever. Like, okay, that's an exaggeration. They'll go to your LinkedIn. They'll go to your Instagram comment section. They'll go to your Instagram DMs. They'll get in your Twitter replies. They will DM you. Like, it goes everywhere. Right? It goes everywhere. And so I completely understand somebody who's not like directly political just seeing that and be like, ugh, I hate all of this. Right?
Going onto a podcast and expressing my views on things, I have gotten, let's say, a mix. Some people respectfully disagree with me, and I think that's fine. Some people deeply misunderstand points that I make, and often when I say, hey, here's the perspective of another group of people, let's say somebody on the political right, even if I'm very clear that it's not my viewpoint, doesn't matter. People are, for some reason, going to attribute that to my opinion and criticize me personally, as though I have these viewpoints that I'm expressing in the context of a podcast. And then some people are just fucking assholes, man. And maybe they're justified for it. I don't know. I don't know what's going on in these people's lives. But it's things like, listening to Doug talk about politics is the most excruciating experience imaginable. When I listen to Atrioc, when I'm learning. When I listen to Aiden, I'm vibing. And then Doug spouts the most brain-dead tech bro bullshit imaginable. Doug has absolutely no idea what he's talking about. Doug, there's a lot of people who think I'm far right now, which is extremely bizarre to me as somebody who is firmly on the left. And so the reality is...
Yeah. I mean, all three of them are pretty liberal. I think Aiden probably is the person who's furthest left, but like, it's very obvious that Doug is like liberal. The left, no, I like, okay, so yeah, the liberals are not left. That like, yeah, but like they're liberals. They're not like right wingers. Okay, the only people that are like expressly right wingers, you can tell that they're expressly right wingers. You know, it's they don't try that hard to hide their positions. Right? People who are just kind of like, I'm kind of here, just trying to do my regular content, not really involved in politics, they're probably like liberals. Right? You give me a name, I can give you their political affiliation. when a lib attacks a leftist, they are right wing. I don't think Doug is attacking leftists. That's the thing, though. Lib center right. I just feel like some of y'all I feel like some of y'all just want to be correct instead of just wanting to like engage in like the way society operates. Right? Y'all are so strictly and firmly ideologically like one way that like instead of engaging with somebody who is not, you know, expressly political but has like left wing or holds left wing beliefs, right? Your first intonation is like saying like fuck them. You know what I mean? Like we're not talking about people like Kamala Harris or Joe Biden who are ideologically like neoliberals who do attack leftists, right? It's like he's not one of those liberals who will attack leftists. So I have no issue with. Okay, yeah, you know what I mean? Like who I like Harry Sisson, Chris Mowry, people like that who like are ideologically liberals, as in like they subscribe to like liberal framework, as opposed to people who are just defaulting to like caring about people in general. And I think there's a difference there, right? There's a difference between somebody who's like not expressly political but defaults to just having a moral perspective because of what they know, and somebody who's like, okay, I've learned about like socialism and like communism, and I want to kill those people. You know what I mean? Like, those are not the same group of people, even though they fall under the same umbrella of liberal. Right? That's my perspective. I don't know if I'm actually coherent, but I've always considered libs centrist, slightly left-leaning. In America, that's how they're presented. It's a very wide tent, right? This is the whole thing about like the political compass type beat. And that like in America, you have like, we'll say this is like super left, you know, super right. This is the center. In America, this is conservative, right? And this is liberal. And like Bernie Sanders is like right here. He's like the cusp. He's the edge of what you consider liberal and leftist. Right? Everywhere else in the world, essentially. Right? You just have, it's a lot simpler. It's conservative, and then you have like liberal. And it's like this. Where's a sign on that? Like here. How is liberal different from centrist then? Or is it the same thing? It's a wide tent. There are some liberals who are centrist. The centrist is included, right? There are some liberals who are left adjacent, right? They're not like here, right? But they're still left adjacent. They're still on the left. They still care about empathy, but they just like capitalism, right? They think capitalism is the best system for equitable in society. It does the best at distributing resources or whatever, but they care about gay people, they care about trans people for the most part, right? They don't think black people should be killed by police. They think that immigrants are fine so long as they're like contributing to the economy. There's like a technocratic lib. What are his policies? I don't know. So the whole fiscally conservative, socially liberal stance, not particularly. I wouldn't even call, to be fair, capitalism or believing in the proliferation of capitalism is fiscally conservative, but I wouldn't even consider it that. I think like here is more, here or here is more, I'm fiscally conservative, but even including a little bit like, you know, like right here, right? I'm fiscally conservative, socially liberal. Because some liberal, like, or some conservative men will also say that, but also being firmly in this space. So there's a little bit of overlap, right? American thinks libs are on the left, but in the rest of the world, American libs are center right at best. That's quite, did I not just describe that directly? Like I'm saying, this is the American perspective, right? This is the rest of the world. What they call liberal, they don't include like these people in their liberal circles. This is just conservative, right? And that's what I'm describing. Which this doesn't do really anything because it doesn't matter, right? Because I think that like, and this is why I am curious and like, what kind of stuff is Doug saying on this podcast to make people so mad at him? You know what I mean? Like I'm slightly curious. I feel like he's gonna sprout some Ezra Klein abundance BS. Maybe. You guys are just staunch neo-lib? Yeah, I mean they're all liberals. They're not socialists, chat. They are not socialists. Like anybody who is like super business minded is not a freaking like communist or socialist. They're very firmly in the capitalism like ideology. That's why they're in the business side. Right? And it kind of leans more left and anti-capital. I'm sure that's the case. Okay, maybe it's this one. Maybe it's this one. Trump is responsible for half of the show's success. If any of you said it, three said thank you even once, I don't even remember hearing you say a single word of heartfelt gratitude. I think that's a joke. I love Doug, but each time he sees AI as a solution to a problem, like I wish people had a therapist and not, I mean, a better education system that we can't control. We can't allow more people to become therapists. That makes me a little sad. I know he doesn't mean harm, but and he would agree with me on how education should be more widely available, but I'm not into AI as solutions for very human problems. Like, that's fair. It's interesting for me. I totally agree of the preferring a world where we have a lot of human therapists, and access to mental health. But I view this as in a utilitarian way. Right now, there are something like 500,000 therapists working in the U.S. It means only one therapist for every 600 people. We have to increase the number of therapists dramatically by a factor of 10 to even. Jeez, Louise, this is a lot of words. Right, and I think that this this commenter is correct. Right, in that like AI is not like a one size fits all catch all solution for like human problems like therapy. Right, I do agree that that's not necessarily the case, right? But I think that like Doug can be saved, if you will. Right, like having these conversations and approaching it in this way, I think it's just more productive than like, just yelling at Doug or whatever. I can save it. If you think that it's copium, chat, I'm sorry, you're not living in society. And this is why it confuses me, because I don't understand why some of y'all are leftists in the first place. I'm joking. Some of y'all aren't joking. Like, just genuinely, the way that y'all approach people in general, is not in a way that is like allowing people's minds to change. You don't want to be saved? Okay, so does the person who wants to jump off of a roof. You think they should just let them jump then, chatter? No. The fire department still puts the net down, regardless if the person doesn't want to be saved. What are we talking about here? You still save people who don't want to be saved. You still attempt to save them. You still try to walk them back from the ledge. You do. One scene in The Incredibles. Which one? There's a lot of them. Chatbots allows people to be more angry and impersonal than they might be in real life, I hope. I mean, that's true. Right? But I do think to a certain extent that when you do start talking about things that do affect people's lives, that of course they're going to be upset and they're going to be mad, right? Like that is also the case as well. You know? Like if he's saying like, yeah, we need AI therapists because we don't have enough human therapists, then I'm not surprised that people were upset and mad at that take. Right? Even if he's coming at it from the perspective of like more people get more mental health care. Right? That just, it makes sense why people are passionate about that. Right? So I also do think that as well. I do see that side of it as well.
As much as I would love to sit here and be like, I'm above comments like this, I don't care, like, fuck these people, it's a minority. This shit is really bothering me, man. And that's it. That's the crux of this. I'm really struggling with this, man. I came into this wanting to offer an optimistic view about tech and to have fun conversations with two people who I really like and respect. And I think it's largely self-inflicted, but in offering opinions, particularly about the other two categories that I'm not really familiar with, I have induced a level of hatred and anger that I have never experienced before on any scale. This is very new to me. And of course, we've all seen people who get upset about politics, and that political discussion is something that evokes a lot of passion and anger. But holy shit, man, it feels really bad. It's hard.
I mean, this is true, by the way. Like, I can empathize with Doug from the perspective, not of his, AI takes about therapy. I do think that's dumb. But like from the perspective of like just making people upset. Right? About politics. Even people who are on the, I'm not even talking about like right-wingers, because obviously they're gonna be mad, right? Of what I say. But like even people who are on the left, like when I have discussions about like the black perspective about AV or about platforming former racist and things like that, like I empathize. I rage quit stream one time, essentially, right? Because I was so frustrated about people who were supposedly on my side, right? Who weren't hearing what I was saying or misunderstanding what I was saying, right? Because they didn't really care to listen, right? And so I can completely understand that perspective, that like you're going to make people upset no matter what you say, and it's frustrating to have those comments regardless. But it's one of those things that's like, it kind of comes with the territory, which is why most people don't talk about politics online, which is why I also want to say that if you want more people to talk about politics online, you got to be less aggro with people, just in general, right? Which is why when I approach discussions, I like to think that I approach discussions in good faith, right? Explaining why people are wrong or incorrect so they have room to grow. Right? Like when I had that conversation about Ludwig on my YouTube channel, right? Comedy or cultural theft, the rise of AAV as content. Like I like to think that I approach that conversation in good faith in a way that's not outwardly contentious, instead of just screaming at people online because I'm mad at them. Right? And that's something that we could be doing better as the left. The video was great, by the way. Thank you. People get caught up in criticism and anger that don't allow for optimism and grace. Yeah, I do think there's a balance to be struck between that, right? Like there is definitely a balance you have to strike between holding people accountable and allowing them to grow by giving good natured critique. Like I'm not gonna sit here and be like, leave Doug alone, right? Doug is not your enemy, even though Doug is not your enemy. I don't think, right? Because like I think that critique is important for creators in the space, right? But just doing it in a way that is productive is important. That's my take. For a long message I haven't followed. I follow so I could chime in. I am someone who's been watching HROC for a year now. I would consider Doug sock them. Basically, Doug I don't watch, but I hear he's abundance pill. Both of these people want the best for people, but do believe in capitalism. To be clear, I don't watch the podcast. I mainly watch HROC for economic info. I don't know Aiden either. I try to take good takes from them and leave the bad. I mean, yeah, like that's what I clocked when I first saw the podcast at all yesterday, right? They're libs for the most part. And I think that having more voices that are libs is better than having more voices that are Asmongold. Right? That's my perspective and that's my take. Not saying you can't criticize libs. You can and you should criticize libs. Right? But doing it in a way that is good-natured, right? And good faith, and understanding that not everybody is going to be born a socialist. Unlike me, who was born a socialist. Right? Looking at somebody giving their current takes and screaming at them for not being left enough is not as productive as understanding where the takes come from and walking it back. I think, right, the comment I just read is a perfect example of what you should be doing. Right? Like, this comment is a good example of what you should be doing. He's basically a finance pill Redditor. Yeah, I mean, he has freaking, doesn't he have like Business Mondays or whatever? I don't know what he calls it. Right? Like, he's very clear. Anybody who, again, I said it before, anybody who is business minded is going to like capitalism. Marketing Mondays, thank you. Anybody who is business minded is going to like and engage with capitalism. They are. Right? They are. That's just the case. Because the economic system we live under is capitalism. If they take their time to look at and learn about the economic system that we live under, they're going to come out and defend capitalism to a certain extent. Right? That's just the case. You have to like the taste of the boot so much, though. You're just describing people, chatter. You're describing normal people. If you go out in your normal life, most people think capitalism is fine. They just do. Right? And it's our job to tell them that it's not the case. That there are issues with capitalism that are inherent to the system as a structure. Right? You have this expectation of the content creators on the internet, probably because you like look at Hassan and you're just like, why can't everybody be Hassan? Right? And that's fair. That's fair. You know, why can't everybody be Hassan? But like understanding that everybody is not Hassan. You can want everybody to be Hassan, but you also have to understand that everybody is not Hassan and that you have to kind of coax them to being and getting to that position. Right? There has to be a level of charitability. Again, I hate charitability as a term for numerous reasons, but there is a level of people changing their minds that you have to allow for them to get to that position in the first place. You know what I mean?
As somebody
Patience too, yeah.
who didn't experience this 6 months ago and now does on a weekly basis, people writing about how stupid and fucking idiotic I am and how much my opinions suck and how much I'm an asshole. Like, imagine like somebody, like a good friend, like walks up to you and it's just like, you just haven't been that fun for the last 6 months. I just want you to know that you really like have kind of gone downhill. I don't like spending time with you really anymore. I'm just not enjoying it anymore. And your opinions, I'm going to be honest, they're just not good. And I like your other friends' opinions more, just so you know. And people are telling you that aggressively every week, like tens or dozens or hundreds of people. I am shocked to the degree to which it is fucking hurts, man.
I mean, yeah. I think it's a matter of goals at that point. Do you want the person's mind to change, or do you want to win an argument? If you want to win an argument, you can say anything and go as hard as you want, but it doesn't mean that they will change. Yeah.
And it's just bizarre because, again, I don't feel like at any point I've tried to present myself as somebody who's deeply informed about political issues or business or anything like this. And maybe it's just part of the game, is that expressing opinions. And it's also worth acknowledging, of the three of us on this podcast, I am most exposed to, let's say, right-leaning opinions because I'm deep in tech, right? That's the main thing I follow. And over the past year or two, most of the leaders in tech have shifted way to the right politically. And so of the three of us, if we're going to talk about something political, I am genuinely the most informed and, let's say, close to the people who are talking about a right-leaning perspective. So as we have these discussions, it most often falls to me to be the one to say, well, this is the argument that Republicans are making. This is the argument for what Trump is doing, et cetera, et cetera. So I think me being in that position has really exacerbated it. But then combined with the fact that, again, I'm not deeply knowledgeable about politics, man. I'm just not. And that's not something that, it's not important to me to go and like get a take. I'm a fucking idiot. I do not need to go out there and say what the Senate should do or what the Democrats should be doing right now. But again, because of the nature of this podcast, that it's some portion of what we are talking about on a weekly basis, and I need to say something because it is a fucking show where you're supposed to make content. I guess I'm struggling to figure out how to communicate anything that is adding.
I think this is my take that I think will be a critique of Doug. And again, I like Doug, right? I just want to put that out there. I do like Doug, right? And I think my take is that you have to learn. Right. I know that this is him saying that he doesn't want to engage with politics. It's not what he's interested in. But if you are going to, you don't always have to play devil's advocate too. I think having somebody that does play devil's advocate is useful as a setup, right? You need someone to pitch, right? The problem is like Doug he's pitching, he doesn't know he's pitching. Right? Like, if you are going to have this podcast that is going to delve into politics, being at least acutely aware of what's being talked about so you know what not to say is kind of necessary. Right? He may not be doing devil's advocate. He might literally just be saying what the right things. Yeah, and in that case, I think that people are being too aggro. If he's like, well, this is the argument for what Trump is doing what he's doing here, right? But also, to be fair, if you're going to say that, you have to also distance yourself from the argument. You have to express that you know that that's not what you believe, right? If you say like, oh, okay, well, to give some context here, this is the argument for why black people over-policed by, the policing structure. That's all well and good, but you have to also then say, well, I don't agree with that being the case, because the people are going to assume that you would do agree with it, right? So it comes down into a little bit of rhetoric, right? But also just being aware enough to know what to say and what not to say. And so both of those go down to just being, I don't quite understand the difference. In both cases, you are presenting the opposing argument as someone who is supposed to disagree. You haven't heard what he said, so it's hard to determine. I'm giving you the take in a general concept, right? And just turning down to being like, you have to just be aware, right? I think this is more of a lesson to Doug that like you need to this is an answer of like everything is politics. Or some of your recent videos, great work. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. How'd you find me, chatter? Did it just pop up on your feed? That's also what I want to know. I want to know how some YouTube chatters or YouTube watchers are finding me. If you were aware of me beforehand, or if you just saw my video on your feed, you're like, I want to watch this one. I want to talk about politics, but I don't want to learn is kind of the meta now. Yeah, it's kind of like that man carrying things video, right? A little bit. Feed, yeah, your tweets, I guess, because you weren't inclined to actually click. Oh, okay. I need to tweet more. Yeah, on my feed a while back. W. Wait, okay, I want to see this one too.
So you're reading that Dune book, huh?
Yeah.
Wasn't that
this one.
I hate talking about this stuff. Politics is boring. Politics is stupid as hell. I actually try to keep out of politics. I think both sides are stupid. I think both sides have some good points. I'm actually apolitical. I'd call myself a centrist. I have no real opinion on politics, and I don't consider myself educated enough to discuss the topic. Here's why people should stop criticizing Israel.
I love that video. But yeah, that is how political content is nowadays online, right? And it's kind of like what Doug is describing here. Also, what is happening with the flotilla? Isn't the flotilla supposed to reach today, chat? Does anybody have any updates on that? Yes, no. Yeah, pretty much, yes. I think that was the original goal. They picked up Sudanese refugees. Yes, today, the 7th. Then why did that one chatter say no? I think they said that they would get to Gaza in the next 48 hours. Here's the tracker. Got delayed. I think they responded to an SOS. I wish you told me how far this distance is. That would be nice. Okay, they docked in Egypt and then they sailing off of Egypt as of 5 hours ago. Okay. We will see. We will see. We will see. We will see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah. I don't know, chat. I'm not gonna say anything. What's expected to happen? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Anybody who is speculating, I think, is doing a disservice. We have no clue. We have historical context about how Israel has treated other missions delivering aid to Gaza. But this is a different time with a different group of people that is extremely hyper visible. We just have no idea. We just don't know. But let's finish this video off.
At all when it comes to these 2 out of the 3 pillars of what this show is. And I feel like if I talk to any one of these people who are upset at me and write these comments and feel that I'm this total dumbass who is polluting people's minds or whatever, that like, dude, you know what I want is for the world to be a better place. And that sounds cheesy, but that's true. That is genuinely, that's like my core value of how I think the world should be guided. And I think anybody that I sat down with would recognize that and be like, okay, even if we disagree on something, you're not some malicious fucking idiot. But for some,
I mean, he's not wrong. This isn't the entirety of political discussions online. Right? This does happen with Hassan as well. This happens with me. You shouldn't care so much about these comments. Chatter, I don't think you understand if you don't get these comments. And I know because I get these comments. Right? Like it's a level of vitriol, especially when you see people on your side doing it. Right? Hassan also gets these comments. When Hassan has gotten better at trying to ignore them, but like there are still times where he does talk about people on the left who are yelling at him and shitting on him and how frustrating that makes him because they're on the same side. Right? And it's kind of like that. I remember Soda tried to tell Hassan about this. He just wants his cake and eat it too. There's never a single creator who can talk about politics and avoid negativity. It doesn't mean that negativity is good though, chatter. You know what I mean? But I think he's kind of conflating like a lot of the pushback he's getting that is normal for politics with like the insane vitriol and critique that does also come with politics, but like it's separate. But like it's not great to when you try to talk about wanting things to be better, people are like, oh, you don't want things to be better enough for me, so I'm going to like harass you, right? I'm going to make it my mission to make sure you see my direct comment about why you're not left enough for me. Right? The flip side is some of his commenters are absolutely right. No, that's the thing, is that the commenters are right. They are correct. Right? And then I think that there's a balance you have to strike at like taking the good and the good faith with the harassment. I think as the majority of comments you've seen have been positive, shouldn't that balance things for him? No. Again, you don't understand this, Shadow, because you're not a creator. You can get 100 positive comments, but you get one comment that's like an insane, dehumanizing hater comment that like diminishes you and your perspective, and that sticks with you. That happens with all of it, right? Like that's for not even political related discussions, but for any comment. Right? I get a lot of positive comments, but when I see a ding on my phone from like a YouTube, that's, oh, someone left a comment, let me see what it is, and it's just like a hater, I'm like, oh, that doesn't make me feel nice. That makes me feel quite not nice. There's a reason why I don't browse my Twitter replies. You know? You'll play enough games? Ouch. That hurts my soul. Right? But my take on Doug is this, is that like, I think that people feel or have a certain idea about how they feel about politics specifically. And this can be fixed by just becoming more educated on politics. But it does, some part of it comes with the territory. Right? Some comments do come with the territory about being politics and about being invested in people's lives. Right? And maybe that's bad about society in general. Maybe that's bad about the way we talk about politics online. But it does exist, and you have to get used to some level of it. But it doesn't mean you can't be frustrated by it. Right? Because I just feel like this isn't completely I feel this is completely expected. A creator who's never political suddenly starts speaking to an audience of hundreds of thousands doesn't mean it's right, but that isn't going to change. But that's the thing, is that it should change to a certain extent, right? And why I'm talking about this is so that y'all behave differently in the future, right? We simultaneously criticize somebody from like Ludwig for never talking about politics and having a centrist position, right? But when somebody dips their toe in it, we completely, go off the deep end when they have a slightly incorrect take, right? Out of like being naive. Theo Von is different, right? Because Theo Von is like cozying up to like the Trumps. Right? He's literally having dinner with the Trump family. Like, he's not dipping into politics. Bro is like diving headfirst deep into the ocean. Right? So Theo Von is different than Doug, right? Doug is somebody who is like not political, but has now dipped into like, okay, well, I want the world to be better. Let me give my take. He's being crucified for it. Not saying that like he doesn't deserve to be criticized. Right? But of course he's like I don't know how this video ends, but I wouldn't be surprised if he was like, okay, no more politics. I'm not talking about politics anymore. Right? I'm done with politics in general. Right? There's a balance to be struck here between trying to educate somebody, right? Trying to educate somebody and convince them of your worldview and your opinions and how they are misguided. without getting them to like fall back into their turtle shell. I don't know if he can avoid politics though. It's inherent to his idea applications of tech. He can just avoid talking about his idea applications of tech. Right? Like the point is that like, he stops engaging with like the leftist perspective about why AI is bad. And now he's just like, I'm gonna do my own thing. Or whatever. You know?
For some reason, people have a level of viciousness, man, that I'm just really thrown off by, and I'm not sure how to. It feels so weird to have this opinion forming of me on the internet that feels completely disconnected from who I know I am, which is somebody who just wants to treat people with kindness and empathy. And so I've just felt really on.
Like, yeah, he's a lib, right? The difference between giving constructive criticism and trying to win an argument. Most people are trying to win an argument, though. He sounds like Ethan. The difference is that Ethan, like, if I had my critiques of Ethan in the past before Leftovers ended, but those were mostly based in, I don't think Ethan was growing or actually grew from his past behaviors, right? Ethan's perspective before Leftovers ended wasn't necessarily bad or wrong, right? I just thought that it was disingenuous, which it was. You know what I mean? So like that position is not terrible. And as somebody who is like has a political position, allowing that person to grow from that position by hearing other things. Like I believe that Doug is like an empathetic person. You can do outreach to Doug and be like, I know you're an empathetic person. I know you care about people. This is why this take on AI about this thing and replacing workers is bad, by appealing to his empathy. Right? Instead of being like, Doug is so fucking stupid. He's so dumb. We should just stop talking about this entirely. Right? Because as the chatter said, they're trying to win an argument. Right? They're not trying to like help cultivate Doug's position. You know? But I think Doug has to do a better job of parsing out when people are being bad faith, right? When people are being or are trying to win an argument, right? He self-admittedly said that he doesn't know anything about politics, so I don't understand why he's surprised we're getting shit about talking about something he doesn't understand. Like, bro, you don't have to be a politics podcast. That's true. That is also true. Right? But I think that I understand where his frustration comes from, and that I think that he has to do a better job of learning about politics if he's going to speak about it, or being okay with getting hate for being uninformed. Right? If you don't like an idea, if you don't like the idea of a narrative being formed against you, you have to form a counter narrative to push back against that. Right? If you don't like the notion that like Doug is a right wing tech bro who doesn't care about politics and people's lives, you're gonna have to dip into politics to explain why that's not true. You know? That's also a necessary part of it.
On edge, man. I've felt like things are not okay and I need to like work even harder. But as I explained earlier, I don't have the ability to work harder. I'm like super behind on everything now because of the lack of time due to this podcast, which now takes up about 2.5 days a week. And the way I've responded to that is, one, by trying to like soften what I'm saying or give opinions less, but also by putting more work into the podcast. One funny example of this is last week we talked about this big bill that's going through the United States Congress, and I decided
the big beautiful bill
would present the bill and the overview of it. And so I spent like 5 or 6 hours, like breaking down all the fundamentals of this bill, making these charts about it, like really deeply understanding what was going on to make sure that one of the three of us going into the conversation could reference specific things about why the reconciliation bill matters, why it's different as a reconciliation bill, and some of the nuances of different pieces of the legislation and how exactly that affects certain categories of Medicaid that are different from expansion states, like minute details. And objectively, on the episode where we talked about this, I was the most informed about this bill. By far, I had really dug into the details and built out a full picture of this thing. And still in the comments, the mean ones were like, Doug is clearly representing the Republicans and he has no idea what he's talking about. And I was like, dude, what? Of the three of us, I objectively had the most information. That's why I would.
And the problem with this is, right? And that's why I understand his frustration, but the problem with this is that it doesn't just stop at the bill, right? Doing a deep dive in the reconciliation bill is not the end all be all for politics or why the bill is important in the first place, right? The Republicans trying to cut Medicare and Medicaid and SNAP has been an ongoing campaign for decades, right? And this is just one example of them doing that in the first place. And the fecklessness of the Democrats to not stopping that, and why. This is why, like, literally putting out a video about I won't get into like this is why Ludwig is bad day 6 or whatever. But Ludwig putting out a video about Elon going crazy, talking about the bill, did the exact same thing.
Law. Okay, that's the
right.
Sent to the Senate, who have to have another majority vote. And he passed the House, and this big, beautiful bill was pushing through. Now, we'll talk about, again, in a moment, why the bill is bad. But just stick with me. Elon Musk hates this bill. Trump is desperately trying to push this bill through. He barely gets it through Congress. And if we remember our song, how does a bill become a law? If it gets proposed in the Congress, well, then it gets sent to the Senate, who have to have another majority vote. And if it passes the Senate, then it goes to the president's desk, and then he signs off, or he has the opportunity to veto, and then it becomes law. Okay, that
like he's wrong. He's incorrect. The bill does not go to Congress and then goes to the Senate. Congress is 2 chambers, the House and the Senate. He's incorrect on that. Right, and there are. I don't hear any politics from Ludwig ever. Right, and so, but the point that I'm making is that when you are dipping your toes into politics, where you are inevitably going to present a half measured solutions. Right? Bills now start at corporations and then move to Congress. I mean, that's true due to lobbying. Did he not take civics? Chat. These people are like a decade removed from high school. They don't remember anything in civics class. What I understand, honestly, is all these dudes are friends with Hassan and they don't even bother to at least look at the news for an hour. But I come back to Ludwig doing politics, your guess is as good as mine. Right? Because they don't want to necessarily get involved with it until something happens. Right? Like Ludwig doesn't want to talk about Ludwig would not have talked about the big, beautiful bill and how it harms people and how it cuts Medicare, Medicaid, and SNAP and a lot of social services that people need and rely on. Right? Things like that. Ludwig would not have talked about that if it wasn't for like the Elon Musk versus Donald Trump debacle where they are, freaking Kendrick Drake and each other. Yeah, the drama aspect. That's sort of the issue, right? But like what I'm gonna say as well is that like what Doug is describing here is not unique. And I think that's kind of I think Doug sees the comment section of right the Lemonade Stand podcast and sees that he's getting these comments. Right? But what I want to say is that it's not unique. Hassan also gets these comments. anytime Hassan talks about like Ukraine, Russia, there are people who come in saying like, you know nothing about this entire discussion or whatever, even though you've spent months, and not if not years, like, you know, talking about this and looking into this already. Right? For every issue, immigration, Israel, Palestine, like for every issue, Hassan gets those same comments as well about like him being uninformed, or picking a side, the wrong side, or both sides. Right? To be fair, sometimes it's valid. I mean, yeah, sometimes it's valid. That you can't be knowledgeable about everything. Right? And so it's by proxy of talking about politics in general. Right? Some people are going to misunderstand you. Some people are not going to say or understand what you're saying. It's your job to parse through how much of that is meaningful critique, how much of that is useful critique, and how much of that is not. Right? Didn't Hassan graduate college with a master's or bachelor's degree in exactly what he's talking about? I think he has a bachelor's in computer science. Like computer science, excuse me. Political science. I have a bachelor's in computer science. Right? But yeah. And people still call him uninformed. Right? And so I think you have to understand that people are always going to say this. But I must have some sort of PR manager if they're going to talk to Gavin Newsom. They're being marketed as political. I mean, it is a political podcast. It is. Honestly, actually, I'm curious. Are they represented by Palette? I would have to do a little bit of look. Because they had if they got Harry Sisson somehow, some way. I don't know, I'm curious.
Was able to talk about what the Republicans are thinking and doing, and for some reason people still seem to take the conclusion of that as like, Doug's a fucking idiot, which is like, it makes me realize that just putting in more work doesn't really change this. That's not the solution to it. And like, this means my schedule's just become fucked. So, you know, again, with YouTube, it's like I have the research side and the coding and prep. I tend to put a lot of preparation into most of my stream ideas, and then the streaming itself, and then working with the editing team, which is often like 10, 15 hours a week on different video ideas. And then there's all the miscellaneous things around business and
the right play is to attack traditionally non-political creators for dipping their toes in. They will fuck up, they will admit things, and it's better than radio silence. People need to look at these dudes' characters, these people they surround themselves with, clearly not bad people from all available evidence. I agree. No, that's my take. Yeah, that is my take. Right? Is that just give them a little bit of leeway to grow. Right? Even though that they will be incorrect. Not saying don't criticize them, not saying don't correct them, right? But do so in a way that's productive. But the problem is that there are people online who don't want to be productive, right? It's a lot easier to just, again, which is why I keep bringing up Hassan, because people do this to Hassan as well. It's a lot easier to scream about this person not being left enough for you, right? And them being so stupid and not being able to speak about this thing. Right? Because it makes you feel better. There are people who got into being a leftist because they like to enjoy the feeling of being right. Right? They were the people who sat at the front of the class in high school or in middle school. They like getting praise from the teacher, and they're like, oh, I can have an entire political position, right? That is predicated on me just being better than other people. Let me do that. Not for the correct things, not for like leading with empathy, not for wanting the world to be a better place. It's, oh, I can just be better than other people, right?
John the Black says she's my African.
That's basically a lib. No, these people are leftists, right? I think we do a disservice at reducing everything down to just being liberal. Leftists can suck too, chat. Leftists can suck too, and they do suck. It's very easy to reduce like these people doing bad things down to just be, oh, they're rad libs or liberals, not real leftists. Like, no, they are real leftists and they fucking suck. Real leftists are racist too. Real leftists are misogynistic too. Real leftists are Islamophobic too. This is also the case. Right? This is the case. And this is just one example of that. Right? There are a lot of people who just get into leftism by wanting to be better, right, than other people. Right? It's kind of like it's in some ways similar to like Reddit atheism. Right? You have like atheism and then you have like Reddit atheism. Atheists, normal, chill, whatever, cool, right? Reddit atheists are like atheists but wanting to be better than other people. They wanted to demonstrate their superiority to other people, right? By being like, I don't believe in that silly stuff that you believe in, therefore I'm better. Right? And some leftists are like that. There's actually an overlap a little bit with like Reddit atheists and like these same like holier than thou, leftist people. By just trying to be moral grandstanding beacons of, superiority, as opposed to just sucking as leftists. I live in a Reddit atheist state, and it sucks. A bunch of leftists are like this too. I was just thinking about how a radical feminist can come in the women on top variety that takes feminism as an excuse to feel good about themselves instead of reading and learning about the history and struggle of women's rights. They just want to cash in that we won. We don't need to change or grow because we did it, and that means I'm awesome as I am. Yeah. And that's what I think Ludwig. I'm so sorry. That's what I think that Doug is dealing with here. Right? I will say it's a minority. Right? It's not like all leftists on the internet. He has some good productive comments, right? But Ludwig keeps catching strays. I love it. I'm so sorry, Ludwig. I maybe one day I'll have a stream where I don't shit on Ludwig a little bit. Ironically, it's exactly what I and others criticize liberal elites for, is their elitist attitude, assuming that people who aren't on board or your ideas are just dumber than you. Yeah. Like, he needs it. He deserves it. Ludwig has so much money, he deserves it. Yeah. But I think that's what Ludwig is dealing. I did it again. I think that's what Doug is dealing with here. Okay. This is becoming a problem. I shit on Ludwig too much that it's now it's like Freudian slip. It's now investing my mindscape. They all look alike to you. That's what Doug is dealing with here, right? The pretentious, holier than thou leftists who want to try to demonstrate that they're better than him, right? And I think that he has to do a little bit of internal work at learning to like put aside the mindset or the words of those people who are bad faith and only take critique from people who he thinks is good faith. And it's not an easy thing to do, right? But I think that that's what the next steps should be for Dougwig. Doug.
Labs with other people and things like, oh, I need to set up a new computer or reset this, or personal things, or the sleep issues I still deal with. And now again, we're recording Patreon episodes on Fridays. We're doing the podcast on Wednesdays. I'm doing a full day of research and prep. We have meetings and we're doing sponsorship stuff. And it's just, it's overwhelming. And I think that everything's kind of suffered across the board, to be honest. I'm not as happy with the stuff I've been making and doing. And I've seen those comments from Twitch viewers, which feels really bad in the context of this, because I'm like, oh fuck, I feel so overwhelmed balancing this new project that the other side of
the majority of the battle being content creator, knowing what the parts out is good faith criticism from the outright hate. Yes, I do. If you are a legitimately good faith creator, if you're Asmongold, you know what I mean. You don't care about it anyway, because like any bad press is, any press is good press, including bad press. Right, but if you are in good faith, which I think that Doug is in good faith, right? He tries to approach these conversations in good faith. You are going to get hate regardless, especially if you talk about politics. And so you need to learn to parse out what is real and what is not real. What isn't real, if you will. Anti-AI comments are an interesting example of because they are often leftist, but I don't know, could even say usually. I think the leftists are the people who are giving him like the in-depth good faith comments a lot of the time. Some people just hate AI just for the virtue of being AI, which I get, I understand. Right?
Of my job like that isn't getting as much love, and then people are commenting on that and being like, yeah, things just don't feel as fun recently, things just don't feel as thought out, and they're right. And that's, you know, it like hurts because it's true, you know. And I don't feel like I have the capacity to fully properly nurture either side of what's going on, because both of them
with a song, can't they just call him and ask? I don't think that would work as well as you think, because anybody associated with Hassan will get hate by virtue of doing that. And so now he'll get hate from like the right-wing sphere by just being associated with Hassan, which is why like there are other podcasts like the Trash Taste podcast that have, you know what I mean, separated from Hassan directly. They don't need to reveal it. Also, we'll speak to, I don't know if Aiden, Atrioc, and Doug are like close with Hassan, like close enough to be like call up and be like, hey, I want to see what your thoughts are on this. Right? They are like mutual friends from what I've seen from the public perspective, right? Like they're friends with Ludwig, who's friends with Hassan, they're friends with Cutie, who's friends with Hassan, that sort of thing. But like not that they are, yeah, coworkers, friends type beat. I don't know any of these people, that's why I asked. I don't know. That's my answer to the question. I don't know if they're like friends with a song like that.
Them demand more time and energy than I can give. It feels like over the past few months, there's just been more and more misses, you know, things that I'm just like, man, I wish I'd done that differently. I wish I'd had a little more thought and nuance to this. You know, there's a stream I did yesterday as I recorded this about watching all the Emmy commercials. And I think that
I like him as a distant friend, but they don't like his politics. Of course, I never ask him, who are you talking about? These people are not like Asmongold, chatter. Like these are, we're talking about like ostensibly like left-ish people. Like they're liberals. They may not agree with Hassan on everything, but like they are more aligned with Hassan's politics than you're giving them credit for. They're not like diametrically opposed to like, again, there's a difference between like establishment neoliberals and just your regular standard empathetic person who defaults to liberal ideology, right? They're not establishment neoliberals. They don't like his politics, they are lib. You're stupid, chatter. You are dumb. I'm explaining to you how there's a difference between establishment neoliberals, like freaking Hakeem Jeffries and Nancy Pelosi's, who are like expressly anti-progressive, and people who are just, I don't really deal with the politics stuff that much, but I'm just like, I guess I'm a liberal because I care about people. They are different groups of people, right? You cannot approach every liberal as if though they are diametrically, ideologically opposed to progressivism. You just can't do that. There are people who are liberal because they don't know enough, right? There are people who are liberal because they've been misinformed. And then there are people who are liberal because they ideologically and materially benefit from liberalism, right? And that's a different conversation. I had a lot of empathy as a child/teen, and defaulted to neoliberalism because society convinced me that leftism was evil, like fascism was. Yeah. And I don't know how you go through your life as a leftist, but you view anybody who is under the umbrella of liberal, no matter what space in the political journey they are in, as an enemy, right? There are like people who are liberals who are enemies, who are impediments to progress, right? Your Kamala Harris, your Joe Bidens, your Nancy Pelosi, your Hakeem Jeffries, your Chuck Schumers, right? There are liberals who are very clear impediments to progress, who are enemies to progressivism, to leftism. You feel me? Like that is the case. But not everybody is like that. Some people are just, normies.
For whatever reason, the stream turned into a lot more serious of a discussion. And I think that for whatever reason, the stream turned into a lot more serious of a discussion, a lot more serious of a subject. Whatever reason I did yesterday as I recorded this about watching all the Emmy commercials. And I think that for whatever reason, the stream turned into a lot more serious of a discussion, a lot more serious of a subject matter. And I don't think I handled that nearly as well as I would have if I had more energy and time to think about it, or maybe had, let's say.
Wait, okay. Now I'm slightly curious. How did reacting to all the Emmy commercials turn into a more serious subject matter? I'm curious. How serious could that get?
Hold on.
We're just gonna skip to a random timestamp because I'm
make sure there aren't.
Bow.
Okay, you're gonna tell me it's not funny for me to say that I put my tempura ass last night.
Wait, what?
You're saying it's not funny if I say that I put behind? It's like you are selling a car, man. Posing up a lot of politicians. We can't. Somebody's gonna clip something irrelevant and then say, "Can you believe that Doug said a thing?" And then it's gonna go on a Reddit, and that'll ruin it all.
Doug committed one racism today. No, I saw my behaviors in the characters of the commercial because I have pushed things out of the way to get a better shot. I have gone into very dangerous positions, and I have actually.
Remember Doug Stream went down a weird political discussion once. He talked about how he doesn't hate capitalism in his chat. Felt weird that the politics came up. And honestly, okay, genuinely separate from everything we just talked about, that is the issue with cultivating a non-political audience, right? Or an audience, not even a non-political. That is the issue with cultivating an apolitical audience, right? You can have a non-political audience, and that's chill. But when you cultivate an audience that views politics as like the cardinal sin, you can't talk about anything. And you don't realize that until you get to the point where you're like, hey, I went to Walmart and the prices were kind of high. Why are the prices kind of high? And then your audience goes insane, being like, how dare you talk about politics? Why are we talking about politics here? Why are we talking about inflation or whatever? You know what I mean? Studying seems fairly progressive just from what I've seen. He's has typical tech bro. Also has typical tech bros. Yeah. But that's kind of the issue, which is why we cull that from here. You know what I mean? We do only politics. I'm just kidding. We do pop culture. We don't do politics at all. But it's just something to be aware of when you do apolitical content. Like, okay. This has also happened with Ludwig as well. With the charity thing. Not to bring up Ludwig once again. But like the charity thing, remember? Where like you have to stop. It's okay, let me explain myself, right? Let me explain myself. I watch Ludwig. I watch Hassan. I can only speak to streamers that I watch. The reason why it always seems like I'm criticizing Ludwig and Hassan is because they are my two most watched streamers. That's it. That's what it is. That's what it is. I can just name the things that they do poorly. Right? Because I watch them enough. Oh, your most watched streamer should be Pokey. Pokey doesn't stream, chatter. Okay? Maybe it would be if Pokey streamed more. She doesn't. She streams like once every like 2 weeks. I grew up with apolitical friends and was heartbroken the moment I started becoming politically conscious. Wimstaff? Where is Wimstaff? Is Wimstaff still around? She outgrew us? True. But anyway, the point I'm making is that when you cultivate an audience that is politics averse, right? When you delve into something that is slightly political, then they'll have a problem with it, and then it'll come back, and it will seem like it came out of nowhere that the hate persists, right? That's what happens when you are an apolitical voice. It happened with Charlie as well. Charlie was seen as apolitical, but when Charlie had a take about, like, I think it was something. I don't know, it was something. Or iDubbbz, yeah. iDubbbz apolitical. Mina Cookies? No, I don't think that was it. Spoke about some protests, I think. Maybe BLM stuff. Maybe it was the SAG stuff. It was something. But like the audience was like not very receptive to it. Because like, why is my Charlie talking about politics? Why is my Charlie talking about political things? Go back to just not doing that anymore. And that's what happens when you cultivate an apolitical audience. You know? Let's finish this off. Makes their gaming coverage less good too. We circle from games are art and can cover serious topics. The games aren't art. Don't take it seriously. Before that, he complained about politics in video games. Charlie went through a lot of different phases.
Scanned these things in advance or something like this. So I'm in this weird loop where it feels like there's not enough time for either of these two halves of my life. And then both of them are kind of suffering as a result of this. And then I try to work more to compensate for that, which then makes me feel more afraid and more behind. And then both of them suffer more, which then increases the cycle. It's this weird pinwheel. There is flywheel that's like just going faster and faster that it's just like, I'm trying to like work my way out of, to be like, okay, how do I reground the way I want to communicate ideas so that I can be clearer about my intentions and who I am and my values as a person, so that there isn't this strange like version of me that's developing in the comments that just isn't me. And that feels bad, man. And then also to feel like I'm not letting down my Twitch and YouTube audience because I'm showing up like frayed with these ideas that I don't think have as much punch or aren't landing in the way that they were before. And I would love to continue to be that person. Holy fuck, I don't have enough time, man. Yeah, man, I'm just, it's just been hard. And I just wanted to say that and just say that it's been hard. And I don't know exactly how I will handle this. I think every week it's gotten better, and I've gotten a better handle on, okay, here's how I want to communicate things. Here's what I feel like I've been maybe doing wrong because at some point, again, it is on me at some point of like, how am I communicating ideas? And if I'm doing that in a way that makes people respond with anger and being upset, like at some point I want to learn how to avoid that and present ideas in a way that doesn't elicit that response.
And that's good. My biggest fear from this, and this is what happens with weak-willed people, is they see that and they turn around and they're like, oh, now I'm reactionary. Right? Now I'm reactionary. Now I'm going to become anti-woke because the woke people were mad at me. Right? And weak-willed people do that all the time. And so I'm hoping that this is not the case of that, right? And it doesn't sound like it is. It sounds like Doug is going to do some introspective about how he talks about these things. I think he has enough woke people around him to not do that. Yeah. But it does happen. And it actually is exactly like what happened to Ethan, by the way. Ethan did that exact thing, which is why Ethan was weak-willed. Ethan is weak-willed. I told you that Ethan was not serious about his conversion from being anti-SJW, because at the first sign of trouble, he immediately, battened down the hatches and became reactionary. Again. Right? Comments that his commenters are still going to bring up factual things about his belief that he doesn't know about. Time will tell.
As well as being able to put the energy into these other creative ideas and have the space for that. And I feel like I'm getting more of a balance each week, but then every week there's like something that just like, kind of sets it back a little bit. And I was like, you know what? I'm just going to say this. This is what I've been struggling with for a couple months. I don't need pity or anything like that. I'm not asking for like a showering of compliments. I just decided to share what's going on, for whatever that's worth. I'll probably maybe delete this video after a bit. And I also super want to acknowledge all the incredible things going on in my life. I am really grateful to be doing this podcast. I have felt an enormous sense of like meaningful satisfaction from being able to talk about these things in more detail and learn things and research stuff that I wouldn't have had the reason to go do and read the books. Aiden and Atrioc are incredible. I have been so impressed by them as co-hosts and as people. Like I barely knew Aiden at all, and he has turned out to be one of the most like thoughtful and just like caring.
Yo, anonymous gifter, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Much appreciated.
People, both of them, I've mentioned this type of struggling with my schedule and with like comments criticizing me in particular, and they've been super supportive of that and really like wanting to make an effort to like support me in whatever way is necessary. They are people where I'm like, damn, I could work with these guys for a long time. The podcast itself is objectively doing very well, and it seems like we're going to be able to have these guests with like really important guests of people of consequence, which is crazy because again, I'm just like a weird internet clown, and the idea that we're gonna be able to have these conversations is crazy. I still have like an awesome dream job with this YouTube and Twitch thing. I think I work myself a little bit too hard, but holy shit, it is so amazing to be able to put together these creative ideas of kind of whatever comes to mind and be able to put it out there and have people enjoy it and read feedback from people saying it helped them through a hard time, or even just seeing some of the people show up in our community who are so creative and so funny. We have such caring and thoughtful and smart people on both the podcast and on my YouTube channel. And there's, this very small percentage of people who are critical or whatever. But like, man, I try to remind myself of how awesome it is to be able to do this, to be able to make stuff for people and have them watch. There's many years where I wanted to be in this position and now I am. And that feels incredibly, incredibly lucky, right? I am in an incredible relationship now that I'm just so grateful to have found this person. Like, oh my God. And in general, I think things are on an upward trajectory. It is not all doom and gloom. And I'm super grateful for that. And I think things will continue to move in a positive direction. Yes. So that is all. Maybe this was interesting or informative in some way. Maybe I will delete this later.
I don't know. Be more non-right-wing podcasts, even from libs. Yeah, like I obviously would prefer more like socialist to get a level of attention and shine. But if there is a counterbalance and a counterforce to like freaking Asmongold and Asmongold's rise, I think that's a net positive. Right? It's kind of like, this isn't a good analogy, but I think it's a decent enough one to get, the idea. It's kind of like the protesters yesterday who were yelling at Zoran. Right? Like I don't think the protesters were incorrect in what they were saying. Right, generally. But is it the most effective usage of our time? And what is our goal with doing that? Right? It's kind of the questions that I have. That it's kind of like that. Like, is yelling about how stupid Doug is on this podcast like effectively growing the left? Are you trying to change his mind? What's the purpose of it? Is it effective in doing that? Right? On top of like nobody's above criticism. Sorry, that's what I was thinking of. Nobody's above criticism. So I still think critique is important and it's useful. I think critique is necessary in the wider left, which is why I still need to watch the Tevin video on my take. Right? I think looking at people you disagree with and still understanding like I still disagree with you, but I think your critique is coming in good faith. So I appreciate that critique in the first place. We need more of that. Right? But that's not just you're so dumb and you're so stupid. Da, 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 da. We need more good faith critique. Honestly, I'm glad I watched this video. I think after today, like this morning, I was afraid I wouldn't have enough content to put a video out for tomorrow. But I think this is a good discussion that I think I can cut to a video for tomorrow as well. Because I don't know how I feel about putting peanuts to an elephant in a YouTube video and what I would say. You know? Also laughing at Dicktown. Yeah, but I don't think there's enough there. I don't think there's enough there about me laughing at Dicktown. So yeah. Make a funny short of Lil Wayne? Maybe. 40 says it seems like his most enthusiasm comes from learning and becoming aware of things. I have hope that he won't make a right-wing pivot. Yeah. That look is cool. He's cool. He gets good content. I hope he sticks it out even in doing politics, even if I don't agree with some of his takes, just so that, because the more that if you come and approach politics from a perspective of learning, the longer you're in it, the more left wing you become. You only become more right wing, right, by essentially grifting. Right? There's a reason why like college seems to produce more left wing academics, right? The more you learn about it, the more left wing you become. Because, you know, or if you're naive, I mean, yeah, but like give enough time, you know, if things are changing, then you will become more left wing. You know? So I have hope. I have hope. So stop screaming at Doug. Or scream at him just a little bit less, is what I'll say. Scream at him just a tad bit less. Also the Gafficus, thank you for the 4-month resubscription. Much appreciated. Okay, 1 follow on Twitch away from 29.9K. 1 follow away, and then we'll be 100 follows out from 30K. Are there any lurkers? Okay, chat, it doesn't work if you unfollow and then refollow me. But shout out to Roslick. I think that pushed it over. Maybe. Give me a second. Hold. 101 people follow now. I don't think I have 101 new viewers. Hey! 99. 99 follows away. We hit 15K on YouTube. 15K on YouTube. And now we're almost hitting 30K on Twitch. It's been like 2 years. 30K in 2 years. Not bad. Chat, remember when I had 5,000 followers? Of course you do. That's when I was at the Streamer Awards. I had less than 5,000 followers at the Streamer Awards, and that was 1.5 years ago. That was so long ago. Now I'm at 30K. Oh, how the time flies. Oh, how the time flies. Okay. Let's finish this off.
You know, if I was watching me, I would be interested in what's going on behind the scenes of making this stuff. Also, disclaimer, I slept really bad the last week. So if I seem kind of out of it, that's also why. The sleep hasn't been helping. But anyways, Yeah, thank you if you choose to watch this. Thanks for allowing me to vent and for just kind of like ranting my feelings a little bit. And thank you so much if you do choose to appreciate or enjoy anything I've done. I'm incredibly lucky. I really, truly believe that. And I am going to continue to try to apply my energy and my creativity to make things that are of value to the world in some way, shape, or form. Even if it's just making like 10 people laugh, I think that's cool. I do think that's like a meaningful way to spend my time. So I'm going to keep doing that. Appreciate it. Bye.
So yeah, we haven't watched Sean C's video on Lil Wayne. That's a little bit interesting. There's also this video about the ugly truth about streamer university. There's also, okay, this video says what happened to every one-time Kai Cenat guest. This
from disappearing off the internet
did slightly interest me as well. There's also this one. New FD video about the manosphere is evolving. So these are all on the docket for tomorrow. Also, I've started playing Lies of P. Fun game. Fun game. I know I said gaming in the title, but it's not. Side note, but I despise that style of thumbnail, the one with the Kai Cenat guests. I mean, what, you don't like oh, is it the AI art drawing thing? It's more like, it's like even less AI art, it's more like an AI filter. It's kind of like a Sunny V2 style thing, right? Like this. Hey, how the filter looks? No, I agree with you. I agree with you. It's gross. Wait, did he stop putting out content? Well, I guess not. His content's kind of uninspired, though. Wait, it's AI. That's AI. It's a filter, essentially. I'm pretty sure. I don't think he has an artist draw it. Right? I'm pretty sure it's a filter, right? The later done my game is so much better. Yeah, you see my most recent thumbnail? This one? Bow. It's pretty good. Kick received the mold. What does this mean? One of his editors has gotten no work from him, so they assume that he quit. Really? That's how you're gonna learn that I'm gone as well. You're gonna stop seeing me. With spelling error? What did I spell wrong? Received? The photos that old people use to make art versions of ugliest photos they have of you and then send it to you on WhatsApp. That's such a specific thing. In case your idea, put more roaches and give the comment with the correct amount of prize. What prize? I give them like a sub to me, so they have to watch more of me. I prefer East Side or C. Oh. It's fine. This one still go crazy. This is a crazy thumbnail. Oh, I forgot to blur the background. That's on me. There we go. That was way better. Marvel made him white? Maybe I'll cut that segment down and upload this segment as well. Using color palette in your thumbnails will immediately put you over 70% of other thumbnails. Yeah. Anyway. Oh wait, this is the video y'all telling me about Charlie talking about Mudahar, right? Well, I don't know if we talked about Mudahar directly. But about people who bought Switch day one. Which, yeah, a lot of people bought Switch day one. Tell me why 2 days ago I opened up my freaking Twitch homepage and all I saw was Ludwig, Mario Kart World, Cinna, Mario Kart World, RDC Gaming, Mario Kart World, Burleezy, Mario Kart World, Mario Kart World, Squeaks, Mario Kart World. Like, everybody was playing Foosley, Mario Kart World, Valkyrie, Mario Kart World. Everybody was playing Mario Kart World. Everyone. They didn't invite you? I don't know these people. You are? I don't have a Switch. Maybe I'll get one. Maybe. But like, if the only game is Mario Kart World, I will say Mario Kart World does look fun. I'll say it. It does look fun. It looks way more fun than 8 was. I bought Mario Kart 8. I played it once. One time on stream, never again. GameCube games are on there too with online. The only GameCube game I care about is Mario Kart 64. But that's about it. I'm not like, it's still $500 freaking dollars. Do you know what I can buy with $500, chat? I don't know because you haven't gifted me a sub yet. Have you considered that? I can't buy anything because you haven't gifted me a sub. A dominatrix? Are you good, chatter? Look, it's hard for me to bring myself to make any new Nintendo purchases after becoming more aware of Nintendo's business practices. I think the last game I bought was Breath of the Wild for the first Switch. I bought Breath of the Wild, didn't finish it, and Tears of the Kingdom, didn't finish it. I'm just not a Nintendo boy. I'm not. The last Nintendo game I think I finished was Pokemon Emerald. And I finished the game like 6 times. Even nowadays, I will go back and like play it again on an emulator. I love Pokemon Emerald. It's such a good freaking game, bro. Such a good game. It's so good. It's so funny. You bought the second one before finishing the first? Yes. Yes, I did. Gen 5 is best. Isn't that Black and White? I think I started Black and White. Just never finished it. I started Sword and Shield. Didn't finish it. What other games did I play? I think the closest game from Nintendo that I finished recently is Super Mario Odyssey. I didn't finish that game either, but I got at least a few worlds in. I got halfway through. I beat 2 out of 4 Divine Beasts. I think or 3 out of 4 Divine Beasts. No, so probably that one, Breath of the Wild. But yeah, I don't know. Nintendo has never really been my thing growing up. Except for Mario Kart 64. Mario Kart 64 is so fun. If I had people to play with, I would play that game all the time. Oh, also I will be playing this game. It's an Arxis game. Okay. The fighting game that I put the most hours in is Dragon Ball. How many hours do I have in Dragon Ball Fighters? Let me see. I have 150 hours in Dragon Ball Fighters. It's not that many hours, actually.
君のことは親友だと思っているが、やるしかないようだな。ビブラニウムのシールドだけでは私のアーマーには勝てないぞ。よし！本気でやるぞ！
Bro, it looks so Arxis. Honestly, and you can tell if you've ever played an Arxis game, Guilty Gear Fighters, you can tell by the combat. If you would have just shown me this 2 seconds, right, of the combat, I would have told you it was an Arxis game. It just has the feel. It has the feel of Arxis. Of course, Peter's here beating up a woman. A little girl at that. Did I guard cancel as well? Counter. Stage transition. Okay. Okay. This character, Star-Lord, reminds me so much of Bardock in his moves a little bit. Does anybody who's played fighters see that as well? I mean, maybe. I'm talking about like from the way the animations come out. I haven't played Marvel vs. Capcom in years, since I was like at like the Boys and Girls Club when I was 13 years old.
Yeah, baby!
Bro, he pulled out the blick. Okay. And Doom reminds me of Cooler a little bit. And they got the baddie. And I can just tell that Storm is a hard character to learn, which is why I probably would never play her, even though I would want to. Bro, it's so much chaos. It's so much chaos. Honestly, what will make or break this game? Okay, won't make or break it, right? But it's the freaking roster. The roster is what's going to like change the game. You know? Like the characters that they have are cool. But like it can be elevated if they pick the right characters to put in here. Justice 3 is crying somewhere. Honestly, has there ever been a good or like a Marvel caliber DC game? Arkham. But that's kind of it. Arkham was really good. But like excuse me. When it comes to like team ups and things like that. Right? Marvel kind of carries. Thank you, chat. Tesla Batman, maybe? I mean, I guess you can count Tesla Batman. It's more pressure to be a good cast with than with versus SNN/Capcom to carry. Yeah. Injustice? I wouldn't put Injustice on the caliber of the games that Marvel is putting out. You know? I just wouldn't. Marvel has just since like 2012 with like Ultimate Alliance. Right, Marvel's Ultimate Alliance. Marvel has consistently been putting out like better games than DC in general. Because DC has been kind of coasting off of like freaking like the Batman name. And Batman isn't even their flagship character. It's freaking Superman. Marvel has had Insomniac Spider-Man. We're gonna get Black Panther, but we know what happened with that. Ultimate Alliance, Marvel vs. Capcom, Marvel Tokon, Marvel Rivals. Like, all DC got is Injustice. Oh, and this game. Where's it at? No, it's not that. What is it? What is it? What is it called, chat? You know what it's called, chat? Oh, I do know what it's called. No, it's not. It's not even this. This is a different game. It's the mobile game that has the ads. It's not DC Universe Online. That's a different one. Oops. No, it's not this. It's not. No. Marvel Snap is different. You know what I mean? It's like the one where like has like Batman with his. He's holding onto the roof with the Joker, and he's like dodging the Joker's hammers. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. You know, it's not this. What is it? What is it? What is it called? Oh, it is Dark Legion. It's just not this ad. Here.
Alright guys, for Kage here and welcome. Sound is that with you downfall. It's fun.
Superman and it's off to the
Well done, Superman.
DC Dark Legion, I don't know what this is. Dark Legion review. These are the ads, chat.
Batman and Catwoman share a rare moment of peace, but it's short-lived as criminals storm their hideout. Caught off guard, both are injured and forced to retreat into the armory. As they recover, they arm themselves.
This is what
gear, ready
DC
for
has.
payback. The duo strikes back, taking down every last enemy in a fierce battle. With their foes defeated, they set their sights on the enemy's stronghold, launching an all-out assault to seize control and wipe out the criminal operation for good.
This is the DC licensed game, while Marvel is getting literally like Better close it. Marvel is getting literally this. DC has this.
Two-Face stands his ground, exchanging blows with his rival in a heated battle. Just as the fight intensifies, Batman arrives.
Did they have a
ready
Wonder
to
Woman
take-
game and the Warner Brothers canceled it? Yeah.
Shazam is sprinting through the city when he's suddenly struck by a powerful yellow lightning attack. Fierce battle erupts as he clashes with his electrified enemy, dodging strikes and countering with his own thunderous blows. Despite the intense fight,
So, one thing I never got about Shazam is that he only turns back if the lightning hits him. And so he can hold up enemies ahead of, over his head and say Shazam, the lightning to strike it. He doesn't turn back. The lightning didn't hit him, but the lightning still hurts the enemies. Why does he not just keep saying Shazam? You know what I mean? Like, why does he just fly underneath like freaking Doomsday or whatever? Just keep spamming Shazam. So that hundreds of lightning bolts just come and hit this one person.
Hammond
Maybe because
Fist
he's
just
stupid.
subscribed.
Boom. Hammond Fist, thank you for the 16-month resubscription. Much appreciated. Spamming his BM, he would never. That's how you win. He's a stupid child. Anyway, this is where I'm going to call it, chat. Thanks for watching here, YouTube chat, for how many of you there are. My do-rag has a hole in it in case you couldn't see. Now you can't see anymore. All right.